used are participant observation and semi-structured interviews. In the paper, I used some fragments both from these interviews and also from my observations. And during my fieldwork, one striking recurrent theme that I encountered was all the stories about Armenians returning to get the material wealth buried by their grandparents during the genocide. So in this paper, I pursued this theme and the question, and I questioned the reason of the extent of such stories. Why and how the Kurds believe that there are Armenians returning to the post-genocide landscape. And the conclusion that I arrive is that regardless whether there are really Armenians coming back or not, the affective space constituted by the ruinous landscape is the reason that these rumors are spreading. And another note, and it's important, especially for this public, because I don't know how much familiar are you with this practice, but I definitely do not condone the practices of treasure hunters, of course. But I think as a phenomenon, it is just another evidence of the irrepressibility of the memory of genocide and the necessity that the Kurds rediscover the past of the lands that they live on now. And also, it is not like a direct result of their, of course, ignorance of the past, but it's also deeply related to the current economic conditions in Turkey's Kurdistan. As all other cities in Western Armenia, Van is a land of treasure hunters. Here, church ruins, riverbeds, mountains, caves, even trees bear traces before and from 1915 that lead to a potential treasure, supposedly buried by Armenians. I aim to explore the force of landscape and material remnants in making a forgotten and traumatic past recalled. Treasure hunters talk about Armenians incessantly, and these Armenians, quote unquote, return once the search for treasure starts. As I mentioned, I'm not interested very much whether Armenians are really returning to find the wealth buried by their grandparents in the area, as treasure hunters claim. Among other reasons, also, because during my fieldwork, I have not encountered any, no, but it's not important. I mean, I do not use PowerPoint. Okay. That said, I'm rather interested in what makes today's Kurdish society to imagine such a return. The force of the post-genocide landscape that I assume is one of the central points in this paper. The locales of treasure hunts are places with their own life and agency to be feared and attracted to. These are places that promise one to fulfill her wishes and desires, but not just the conscious ones. The treasure hunter seeks to find a secret spot full of gold, hidden under the ruins of a monastery, for instance, that would allow him to live a better life. However, the hunter comes back from his adventure with horrible memories, the ones that the society forgot, pretended to forget at least. In his The Origin of German Tragic Drama, Walter Benjamin writes that allegories are in the realm of thoughts, what ruins are in the realm of things. Inspired by the parallel drawn by Benjamin between allegory, thought, and ruin thing, I'm here interested in the force of allegories and ruins. However, I'm not separately concerned with either the place of allegories in the realm of thoughts or ruins among things. Instead, I conceive allegory-ruin as a merged category. Or better to say, I intend to track the allegories generated among ruins and by ruins, and try to find a place for them in the lived experiences and histories of a particular community in a particular space-time. Being once neighbors with Armenians, local Kurds actually have plenty of stories to tell about them. An old Kurdish lady that I interviewed once told me for hours the stories that she listened from her own mother. She drew an idyllic picture of Armenians and Kurds living together a century ago. Armenians in these stories are always hard-working men and benevolent neighbors and beautiful, helpful young women. But when the question comes to what happened to these neighbors, silence replaces these prolific stories. And sometimes there is rather a very common answer uttered. I don't know. I think there was a war at the time and they all left. However, their Armenian treasures remained, hidden under their houses in the yards of their churches. There is Armenian gold buried everywhere for attentive eyes, those who can recognize the signs, because those quote-unquote hardworking and good-hearted Armenians could not be poor at the end. There's a very popular belief among local Kurds today, and this is like treasure hunter or not, that the Armenians buried their gold before they, again, quote-unquote, left. That belief creates a suspicion about the landscape as always potentially bearing certain signs leading to hidden treasures, thus being the product of a historical breakpoint. Actual or anticipated treasures of Armenians also spark flashes between the past and present through material landscape. They constitute both the rupture of the genocidal event and the material continuity with it. And here is the point that I really like, that the title of the panel is post-historic, because I think this story of treasures and practices of treasure hunting is giving us this exactly Benjaminian idea of history. It is like, these are objects, and this is, in my research, it's not very central whether they find it or not, but these are things what another anthropologist, Giovanni D'Acol, calls from elsewhere, objects from elsewhere. This is like an object that an anthropologist brings from elsewhere, an exotic place, that links the person who sees the object to the place. And these are, since they are hidden, they're believed to be hidden, and when they are unearthed, and since they're not in social circulation of material objects, they come from elsewhere. For 100 years, they were absent. And for me, it creates this direct link with like 1915 or with before 1915. But this is the idea that I have. It's like a kind of flash between the past and present. But while the search for material objects left by the exterminated Armenians has been ongoing in Turkey since 1920s, right after the genocide, treasure hunting assumed new forms in Turkey's Kurdistan after the 1980 coup d'etat headed by General Kenan Evren. Not only were tens of thousands of Kurds arrested and tortured, but the coup also marked the beginnings of Turkish economic liberalization. In the first free elections held after the coup, a World Bank-trained economist and the economic advisor to General Evren, Turgut Özal and his party won the majority of votes. With massive privatization projects of the Özal government and integration to the global free market, Turkey's traditional economic system entered in a rapid transformation. This transformation was most dramatically experienced in the Kurdish region, where its traditional agricultural economy started to shatter. The conditions were worsened when the war between the PKK and the Turkish army started in 1984. Reduced possibilities of making a living have led thousands of people to search for treasures. In this ongoing search for treasure, Kurdish treasure hunters mobilize diverse regimes of knowledge, ranging from the interpretation of ancient images inscribed on rocks and maps to rumors, magic, and such modern technologies as metal detectors and remote sensing devices. Treasure hunters also have recourse to occult practices, such as breaking spells and negotiating with jinn. Treasure hunters thus produce competing knowledge of the historical and material landscape through their skills in locating and tracking hidden treasures, and in communicating with local human and non-human forces. These diverse knowledge regimes provide the forms of evidence that allows the hunter to find a particular place convincing to search for treasure than another one. All these above-mentioned practices, however, start with a so-called returned Armenian. So I just wanted to give a kind of sense of what this thing that I call treasure hunting, the Kurds and Turks call defineci, is. But what is very interesting, and this is the reason that I wanted to present this paper here, they all start with an Armenian. Like all treasure hunters, most of them at least, that I interviewed, told me that they started this practice with an Armenian who came to their village, to their town, or an Armenian that they met somewhere in Bursa or Istanbul. So there's this mysterious figure. Like an Armenian comes back and then the story starts. So that's why, this is what they do. They read signs on rocks and they have a lot of maps. Actually, there was one map that was on the cover page. So afterwards, I can just show it to you. But it all starts with an Armenian returning. And in the field, one of those persons that I met was insistently digging his own backyard because his now deceased neighbor once told him that years ago an Armenian came to Van and told him that the house used to belong to his Armenian grandfather. And before his departure, the grandfather buried all his gold somewhere in that garden. The person I met told me that he did not first believe in the existence of gold, but after surveying the garden with a metal detector and counseling an imam, he is sure that the gold is there, only too deep to unearth for now. And a more recent experience that I had is when I saw a treasure map possessed by a treasure hunter. The hunter told me that it was drawn in Armenia by the person who buried the treasure himself. The first thing that struck me on the map was all drawings of signs and symbols were terminated with a date on the left down side of the map, 1915. And when I asked the treasure hunter why there is this date on the map, he told me that they did not want to actually forget the date that they buried it. But one note is that map was obviously fake. And what is interesting, when Kurds are like producing these fake maps, for some reason they have all these like unconscious references of like graveyards, churches, like crosses, and 1915. And it's never like 1905 or anything else as a date. So apparently the son of the original possessor of the map came to Van and asked the help of the hunter that I met. The only thing that this person from Armenia wanted was to obtain from the treasure, it was his mother's necklace, which is the only remaining object from her after being killed. The deal was that the rest of the treasure could have been taken by the treasure hunter. Apparently the Armenian left Van without much success of finding her mother's necklace, but the map remained with that treasure hunter, who still goes to different places in Van searching for symbols that would match to those on the map. And every time he comes back with a new story on how certain areas are spelled by some black magic that treasure hunters call Papaz Büyüsü. It's in Turkish, and I translate it as like priest curse, and protected by jinns left by Armenians, if not Armenian ghosts themselves. This is the part where treasure hunters are horrified. This is what I mentioned in the beginning of the paper. They're horrible memories, and they're not conscious ones. These are not memories of these like individual persons, but this is something collective and probably repressed. It is repressed anyway. They go to find gold, but they encounter the transformed figures of the repressed collective memory of the genocidal violence. There are jinns protecting these sites, and only a Christian Armenian can undo these spells and remove the jinns. These are not typical spells that would just slightly bother the hunter. These are the lethal ones, and those who get close to the treasure fall asleep and dream. One of these dreams that I listened from a hunter has a little Armenian girl crucified on a golden cross underground, just where the treasure itself is located. Blood and gold, violence and wealth become synonymous in these stories and dreams. I don't want to go too much in detail with these dreams and black magic practices, but this is the kernel of the story. And the treasure opens up images and engender forces that are not known to treasure hunter before. So I would like to conclude with Walter Benjamin and his allegory ruin understanding of the past, as I started. The stories of the returning Armenians and the artifacts produced around them, such as maps, do emerge originally from the experiences in the landscape of post-genocide. The ruined churches, for instance, seen every day by the locals, create anxiety regarding the Kurds' dispossessed present, ambiguous future, and the dark past. That is also the anxiety concerning the disappeared people once they're neighbors. These like absent neighbors who are present in all these like idyllic stories. The stones in these ruins tell a story, a very different one from what they know. And when that story meets with the destitute of means of livelihood and desire of looting the last remnants of the genocide, a possible return of those who, quote-unquote, left, comes to light in the collective consciousness of the Kurdish society. And the Armenians will keep to return until it's understood, recognized, that they actually never left, except for a handful of survivors. So that's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Önder, for it's a very gripping picture of treasure hunting in Eastern Turkey, Western Armenia, and Northern Kurdistan, depending who you ask. I always personally think that these, especially the bad conscience that's related to these treasures, is a function of guilt. We all grew up with stories. I mean, your family is from Eastern Turkey. My family is from Eastern Turkey. We all grew up with stories like this. There are treasures out there somewhere. Armenians know where they are. They have the maps. There are secret treasures, and we need to find them. But surrounding these treasures always, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, is always this notion of guilt and the idea that something terrible happened. So you would hear stories, for example, of enchanted nature. So some trees, for example, are cursed. Some mountains, some rivers are cursed because these are the sites where Armenians were massacred. So thank you very much. I think this is really path-breaking research. The first time I ever heard about this type of research being conducted. Let's move on to our second presentation. Our second presentation will be by Maria Karapetyan and Pınar Sayan, sitting on my right. And the title of their presentation is Analysis of the Historical Narrative in the Armenian and Turkish History Textbooks. Let me say a few brief things about Pınar and Maria. Pınar Sayan is the country director of the Imagine Center for Conflict Transformation in Turkey. She's been involved in various conflict transformation activities throughout the South Caucasus and Turkey since 2015. She's a PhD candidate at Marmara University on the European Union Politics and International Relations. She holds an MS degree on comparative politics from the LSE, an MA degree on political science and international relations from Boğaziçi University, and a BA degree on political science and international relations from Marmara University. That's a lot of degrees. She's also the co-founder of Roman Media and works as a freelance researcher and consultant. Her focus is the rights dimension of ethnic politics, especially in Europe and Turkey. Maria Karapetyan has been with the Imagine Center for Conflict Transformation since 2011. She was a fellow with Rondine Citadel of Peace in Arezzo, Italy, where in 2013-15 she was engaged in designing and implementing educational and training programs for Italian and international students. This is quite a long bio. I suggest that you read it in the booklets. I should, however, mention what she mentioned yesterday is that she's also one of the editors of the online analytical publication, the Caucasus edition, and she's been coordinating the work of journalists, analysts, and researchers from the South Caucasus and Turkey to contribute to the journal. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning. So before getting into the presentation, I would like to give some background information about these articles. These articles are the products of a project that was also funded by the EU-Turkey Normalization Program, sub-grant as this conference itself. So in the project, we had partners from Turkey and Armenia. As the Imagine Center, we are an independent NGO, consisted of team members from Turkey, Armenia, Georgia, and Azerbaijan, so we don't position ourselves so far from Turkey or Armenia, but from Turkey we had partners from, of History Foundation, Bilgi University. From Armenia we had the Association for the Young Historians. So what we aimed was to bring together history educators, and by saying history educators, I mean history teachers in high schools and also academics. And among the academics, we had political scientists, historians, and sociologists. So our network consists of, I think, 18 people right now, and we have been working together for the last 6 months. I am the coordinator of the project, so I'm not the author of this particular historical analysis paper, but as our teachers are working right now, it's a school day, I'm here to present on their behalf. Maria is one of the authors of the principles part, and also we are both the editors of the papers. And our network, like I said, we have been working for the last 6 months. We have first met in January in Istanbul in the middle of a snowstorm, but it went well. And at that meeting, we discussed the critics of the textbooks, the history education as a whole, and we agreed with some common principles that we are formulated in these articles. And then in March, we had a second meeting in year 1 that some of the teachers came here, played some field visits and worked with their counterparts in year 1. It was realized with the support from the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung. So we presented our work last month in Istanbul. Maria was there. It went well and it took 3 hours. So today we hope to finish it in 20 minutes or 15 minutes. And until the end of this month, we are publishing this article. So we have a week to finalize the publication process. And hopefully, it's not certain yet, until the end of the year, maybe we have the hard copy versions. But obviously, we see this as a first step of the possibly long-term cooperation between history educators from Turkey and Armenia. We aim to produce history lessons together, teachers to produce history lessons together, to give some workshops for teachers, and hopefully, maybe in the future, some textbook written by Turkish and Armenian, not Turkish, historians and history educators from Turkey and Armenia, because in our network we have Kurds, we have Armenians from Turkey as well. So this is a hopefully brief introduction.
All right, so let's delve into the critique that our network carried out. We started from looking into the general context in which history textbook production and history education occurs in Armenia and Turkey. So you see parallel 2 columns. I'll be speaking about the Armenian context, and Pinar will be speaking about the Turkish context. So the Armenian history education and education in general bears a strong legacy of the Soviet education system. With one particular ideological difference. If in the Soviet education system, history would have to have a continuous narrative that starts from the ethnogenesis of the nation, then we would go through development of national consciousness and national liberation struggle, development of class consciousness, and arrive at communism. Then after the collapse of the Soviet Union, our history education preserved this model. It just subtracted the internationalism out of, the friendship of nations and saturated our narrative with nationalism. But basically, the practices of memorization and reproduction in the classes continues. The one meta-narrative that existed in the Soviet time still exists. It is just the ideological shift that has changed something in our history education.
In Turkey, the legacy is the nation-building process, especially operationalized during the 1930s with the single-party regime. So those years were the years to create the Turkish nation and Turkish nation state. And this is still the legacy of the education system, and of course it was reinforced after the 1980 military coup. And in this historical narrative, the general context, Turkey is seen as a country that is homogeneous, monolingual, and monoreligious. And education has a central role for the creation of this homogeneous nation.
Mm-hmm. Then our work has a part where we look into the state standards of education. We won't remain on this slide too long, just for you to know that we also look at the grades and the hours that history education takes place in the schools. But we will skip this one as well and arrive at methodology. So we basically looked, in Armenia, history education takes place in 2 cycles, from the middle school and then a repetition in the high school. So we looked at both sets of the textbooks, the ones used in middle school and the ones used in high school, whereas in Turkey there is one set of textbooks meant for high school. There are title differences, so we looked at the one set in high school and the 2 sets in Armenia, and the method that we used to look into the narratives in these textbooks is critical discourse analysis. So what our conclusions, what we found, and this will define also the structure of this presentation, are the 4 or 5 narrative traits that characterize the historical narratives of the history textbooks in Armenia and Turkey. Don't bother reading all of this. We will go through them one by one. Basically, it is an essentialist narrative, a single voice narrative, a monolithic and continuous narrative, a sexist narrative and a narrative of victimhood for the Armenian history textbooks and of tolerance and enemy making of the Turkish history textbooks. Enemy making is something in common actually for both. So let's start with the first one, the essentialist narrative. Here I'm assuming that people in the audience would know what essentialism is, but to recap briefly, it is the belief that entities, nations, societies have essential qualities that are enduring and lasting throughout time. So there is a specific Armenianness or a specific Turkishness that characterizes us throughout centuries, and it is an unchanging essence. So this essentialism is present in both the history textbooks in Armenia and in Turkey. The manifestation of it in the Armenian history textbooks is the infinity of our existence. You will see the phrase times immemorial 1,000 times, a small exaggeration in our textbooks, and it is the discovery of the enduring essence of the Armenian nation, which is characterized by being laborious, good-natured, and there is also a more complicated methodological trick, I suppose, that's used in the textbooks. It is the projection of the new concepts onto the past, so the use of the words nation without really thinking about what was the meaning that fills this word in the past and what is the meaning that fills this word in the present. And also, so the conflation of ethnos, nation, people, they're all synonymous in our history textbooks. And the molding of time and space together, which is manifested by also these prophecies, for example, like futuristic prophecies. For example, in one of the textbooks, there is a part where a short-lived local authority in Van, following 1915, is described as the precursor of the restored Armenian independence 3 years later. So the history textbook thinks that a previous event has an understanding of an upcoming event. So there is a retrospective teleology, and there is also a futurospective approach in molding time and space together.
And similarly, Turkish narrative is also very essentialist. Turkishness is presented as a historical and eternal, as if those people always knew they were Turks, and they had certain characteristics, and it has been going on for centuries. But the difference may be, not the difference, but a slight modification, Turkishness met with Sunni Islam at some point of time, and from that point of time, it is the essence of the Turkish nation, Sunni Islam and Turkishness. And who are the others in this discourse? The others are the Anatolian people before the Malazgirt War. Malazgirt War is 1071, and it is accepted as when Turks entered Anatolia. It's a very mythical time, a mythical war. So those people who were living in Anatolia is accepted as others. Maybe I should open a parenthesis about Armenia in that sense. There is one sentence about Armenians and Georgians were living in Anatolia. That's it. Because there is a separate section about Anatolian civilizations in the history textbook, like Urartu, Phrygia, Greek civilizations, but no Armenian civilization, no Georgian civilization whatsoever. But in that sense, in some part of the book, it states that there were Armenians and Georgians living in Anatolia, and that was it. Nothing about the culture or history. And others are non-Turkish population, non-Muslims, under Turkish rule, and by Turkish rule it is the subsequent Turkish rule, Selçuklu and other small, let's say beylik we say in Turkish, like princedoms, and Ottoman rule. And also non-Sunni Muslims, so these were the others.
So here you see some illustrations, quotations from the textbooks that illustrate this essentialism. I will read just the last one from the Armenian column. The absolute understanding of the freedom of the nation that was established in times immemorial is perpetual among our ancestors and reaches our days transmitted through blood. This is a quotation of the textbook. Nation, times immemorial, understanding of national liberation, times immemorial, and all of this is transmitted through blood.
In the example we put, this is a lighter version. So I think every person from Turkey is familiar with this traditional sports of wrestling, hunting, that Turks are always very good. It's the essence of Turks are being good about this sports. But also, this is the example of one of our teachers actually, wrestling, and I bolded that point, I highlighted that point. Wrestling, which was a traditional Turkish sport, became more important among the Ottomans after the conquest of Edirne. And our teacher friend, he says that wrestling is known as Greco-Roman, actually, not Turkish wrestling style. So, yeah.
Yeah. So the next narrative characteristic is the single voice narrative. Here it is again a common narrative characteristics for both versions of the textbooks. It is the voice of the political elites that we hear from the textbooks. Through the voice of the authors, obviously, congruent. There is only one single perspective, and it also ties in with the previous and the next narrative characteristics. So with essentialism and also national liberation in the case of Armenia, for example. It is a history of political elites and the wars they fought, and actually it systematically seals off any alternative interpretations. Even if they do make it into the textbook discredits them, marginalizes them as non-important or not really having a big influence on the developments, the historic developments.
Similarly, or maybe same, it is the history of man political elite about wars. And it's based on Turkishness and Islam. So the story is being told is the Turkishness and Islam. And the other voices, the other explanations, alternatives are not heard. For example, there are a lot of examples from Russians, British, French, US, Armenian historians, journalists, but only if they are in line, they are in parallel with the main narrative of the books.
Mm-hmm. So the examples from the textbooks, the textbook speaks about the entire people being transfused with the idea of national liberation. It is a centuries-long struggle for the restoration of the freedom and independence. And it also, in times of no statehood, no Armenian statehood, no political identity, the textbook tries to compensate it by the existence of formations that had the characteristics of states. Princedoms, malikdoms. So there is this continuity of statehood that the textbook attempts to build to justify its single-voicedness. So when there are no political identities, it is some sort of a form that still exists.
In the quotation we put, as you can see, an Armenian historian is quoted, and the quotation is about how Armenians welcomed the Turkish rule, how they helped because they were so oppressed under the Byzantine rule. They were forced to change their confession, but Turks were so tolerant about their religious liberties, and Turks made a lot of investments in their regions, developed their regions.
Yeah. The next narrative characteristic is the monolithic and continuous narrative. Here we have an image both in verbal form in the textbooks and also maps that depict Armenia as an intact shape that occupies a large geography, and it goes unchanging through the maps. I have an example I'll show in the next slide, and it is also a verbal image of using the word Armenia without really understanding what is the category. Is it a political entity? Is it an emotional category? Is it an ethnic entity? Throughout the textbooks.
In Turkish textbooks, it's a very continuous narrative. So Turkishness starts in Central Asia centuries ago, as if, like say, they knew they were Turkish, they had some kind of consciousness. And it continues with the migration to West. And history of Turkey starts with Selçuklu, and like I said, the Malazgirt War, and it continues with the Ottomans. And Turkish Republic, current Turkish Republic, is the hero of these two states in Turkey.
Here is one example of the map in the Armenian history textbooks. You can see it is a depiction of the second half of the 17th century. There is a political map that's colored by the Ottoman Empire green, the Iran Empire yellow, then there is the Russian Empire on the north, various pinkish, purplish colors, and then across it, in letters, it's written Hayastan, Armenia. So students learn this, they protract this idea of an Armenian shape all throughout history, and it connects across the whole geography. So there is an intactness, a continuity to an Armenian existence. Still very not clear what is this. Is this a political category, an emotional category, a cultural category? Next is the sexist narrative present in our textbooks. First of all, it would be very well a good thing to have a feminist history, a history in which we wouldn't have to be going to unearth women on horses in our history to show that women also existed in history. But we do not have feminist history, so we have to look at the textbook narratives from the perspective of the masculinist history and from the perspective of political history of these political allies that waged wars. So we obviously go looking for strong women on horses that fought alongside men. And this is an unsuccessful attempt to do, but still, even within this paradigm of masculinist history, women are present only if they are caregivers or subjects or a background or victims, usually a faceless mass, but also through some affiliation to their fathers, husbands, sons, usually a male military or political ruler. And there is also a limited representation of women in domains of life where we wouldn't need to go excavating them. It is the social life. Even in the chapters concerning social and cultural life, there is a low presence of women actors.
I will give an example.
Yeah.
Okay. For example, in Turkish textbooks, it mentions Hittite queens. That Hittite queens that had same powers with the kings, and it gives the example of Kadesh, that the queen has signature, but it doesn't even give the name of the queen. And for example, it mentions some of the very basic historical figures like Halide de Baudouin. She's a very famous author, and the book mentions her male counterparts, other authors in that period, because it was the liberation movement period. And the book gives the opinions, ideology of the male author, but not the women author. Even if they are presented, they are omitted. Their ideas, opinions, ideologies are omitted from the textbooks.
Mm-hmm. And the final narrative trait is the narrative of victimhood or tolerance. In the Armenian textbooks, it is a narrative of repeated submission to empires. So by the time the Ottomans arrive in our textbooks, we already have a vision of the multiple empires, the Sassanid, the Mongols, the Arabs, and there is already a form of the enemy in which the Ottomans only arrive to fill. And the image of the ultimate victim and the ultimate perpetrator is built around the narrative of the genocide. There is a debate about how much decontextualization and contextualization or isolation we need in our history textbooks, but I would just bring one example of why it's needed to give a context. Our textbooks describe the arrival of the Muslims in Western Armenia from the Balkans and the Circassian Muhajirs as a real evil. So instead of actually thinking about the suffering of these people and perhaps developing some empathy among the students towards the suffering of other people, their arrival into Anatolia is described as a real evil. So I would say that this, to me, shows why we do need to contextualize our history better into world history. And also the repeated arrival of multiple empires, told from the Armenian perspective, gives the students an impression that Armenians were the only people that suffered from the arrival of these multiple empires, and it also builds this narrative of victimhood among students.
The difference, this is the main difference between the narratives, both narratives. In Turkish textbooks, the basis of the narrative is the tolerant states, empires the Turks built. So, as I give example earlier, the people of Anatolia welcomed the Turkish rule because they were oppressed under the Byzantine rule. And Turkish rule was tolerant, and by Turkish, like I say, I mean subsequent Turkish states. And Christian West and Russia wanted to divide and rule Ottomans, which is very much related with Mehmet's presentation yesterday, actually. This is a huge concept in Turkey. And they supported different groups of the empire to revolt, and some of them actually did revolt. And the state had to act for its survival. So the state did whatever it had to do for the survival of the state. So the narrative is creating enemy images out of the groups, different groups living in the empire, and also the West and Russia. This is the ultimate enemy, let's say. And the discussion about decontextualization and contextualization, we had this in the network. So our Armenian friends, they are emphasizing, they need contextualization. The friends from Turkey, they say we need decontextualization a bit. From the same example, for example, Balkan wars, the massacres in Balkans are contextualized too much in the historical narrative, in the textbooks.
From the examples of the narrative of victimhood, in the Armenian textbooks there is a reserved vocabulary that we do not find in other domains of life. Words like yoke, backward empire, savage, ferocious, you can see the Armenian equivalents of them, evoke images of the others in the minds of Armenian students as they hear them, and me being one in my past, knowing this from my personal experience. And also the essentialism that we talked about, seeing self, it is reproduced also in the seeing of the other. So our others are also have essential characteristics that don't change. The last example, I'll read it out. Abdul Hamid decided to solve the Armenian question in the Turkish manner, Turkavari, through massacres. So this is perpetuating violence in the character of the other, basically.
The examples we put, it's the first two are showing the tolerance of the Selçuklu and the Ottoman empires. And the last one is about these external enemies that have eye on the Turkish Ottoman land because of the oil, and they're trying to divide and rule because it's so rich, so multi-ethnic, multinational, it's so good, so tolerant. Yeah.
The conclusions. The complex historical narratives are reduced to a simplistic narrative of a struggle for national liberation, told in the voice of the political elites, building an essentialist view of Armenia and Armenians with a major accent on victimhood.
And for Turkey, it is an essentialist, single-voice, sexist narrative that presents other nations and groups as the enemies of the Turkish nation, repeating continuous attempts of dividing and ruling Turkey, and thus justifies all actions for the survival of the state.
Yeah. Not to leave you with this bitter afterthought about our textbooks, let's move on to the guiding principles for an alternative history education. I will quickly read them. In the paper that's upcoming to be published, you will see an elaboration of how we suggest an alternative approach to history education. So the first principle, de-idealization and repoliticization of history education. We had a debate about whether it should be depoliticization. Yes, definitely depoliticization of textbook production, but the content, we think that the term repoliticization is more important. The second, replacing the omniscient single voice of the textbook narrators with multiple voices and multiple perspectives. Addressing the methodological nationalism, militarism, and sexism in our textbook, so lots of shaving that needs to be done, and emergence of alternative narratives and alternative stories. Making this methodological paradigmical choice for teachers. Do they want to teach with an essentialist paradigm or a social constructivist paradigm? With the social constructivist being something that we would recommend. Departing from only a linear progressive view of history, of development, of progress, to seeing different ways of conceptualizing time and space. History education as only teaching content, narrative. If you open our textbooks, it's just text. Versus also teaching the art of a historian, how historians arrive, what is the historical method. Just like in science we put experiments to arrive to the conclusions that the physicists tell us are there, so it should be done in history education. We need to know the sources. Linking to, Then the debate about isolation and contextualization, a balanced approach to this. Differentiating the language of analysis and the language of practice, and not using the retrospective teleologies that we spoke about earlier or anachronisms. Using the textbook as the all-encompassing source, what's being done now, versus using a bunch of primary, secondary, and tertiary sources and having the textbook as just a periphery material there. Teaching only political history versus teaching social, cultural, everyday history that would bring to the emergence of all of the silent stories that we have currently in our textbooks. And politicized histories of political centers, that is what the current state of our history education does, versus teaching depoliticized local histories. The story of a bridge, for example. Thank you very much for your attention. You will see the paper published on the Caucasus edition in the month of June. Thank you.
End of May. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria and Pinar, also on ending on a more optimistic note, of course. Let's move on to our final speaker. Without further ado, I'll introduce you to Abtin Khanbaghi, who is a senior researcher at Aga Khan University and associate editor for the Cambridge Journal of Eurasian Studies. He received his doctorate from Cambridge dealing with the socio-economic situation of the Armenians, Jews, and Zoroastrians in pre-contemporary Iran. He's the series editor for the Muslim Civilizations Abstracts and the author of The Fire, the Star, and the Cross, Minority Religions in Medieval and Early Modern Iran, which came out with IB Taurus in 2017, reprinted. His most recent research focused on the emergence of the Armenian commercial network, and he's currently working on the historical ties between Iran and Turkey. The title of his paper is Revisiting History for Addressing Armenian-Turkish Relations. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I might need help for the PowerPoint. Morning, everyone. I just can't tell this anecdote. Manasyan told me that I should be leaving this conference and contributing to the Armenian GDP because my suitcase was lost. So she said if you contribute just by purchasing things. And I just want to tell her that my suitcase was found and, well, I would not be contributing much to the Armenian GDP anymore. And I might be sleeping because they found the suitcase at 3 a.m. last night and they woke me up. Anyway, the theme of this panel is pertinently underscoring the post-historic actors in circumstances when Armenians and Turks have had to interact. And as I said, the title is this. For the article that I submitted to the forum, these are the contents that I have covered. But I would like to begin by quoting the famous Turkish writer Elif Shafak on the Turks and Armenians' relationship to history. And this is quoting her, basically. I think we Turks need to overcome our amnesia and build a sense of continuity in time. So just bear in mind that she wrote this, I think, before the Gezi Park. Being so future-oriented has made us very dynamic, and yet at the same time we could not mature because you cannot mature either as a society or individual without coming to grips with your past. That said, I think Armenians in the diaspora can be too past-oriented and memory-driven. When I meet a young Armenian, like 18 or 19 years old, I meet someone with a very old memory, the memory of her grandmother. But being too past-oriented can blur someone's vision. Eventually, I wish we Turks could remember and Armenians could forget. I mean, we Turks, I'm not Turk, so I'm just quoting Elif Shafak here. And I would like to add that I do not agree with her position, which is the position of many enlightened Turks. I don't agree for two major reasons. First, I believe the current government in Turkey is no longer future-oriented. And secondly, I don't believe that the Armenians should forget, but actually become more aware of their history and not rely solely on their grandmother's memories. As a historian, I've revisited the Armenian-Turkish relationship by perusing the books and documents that have been written on the issue in order to present my conclusions and recommendations. My investigation aims ultimately to underscore the reasons for which discussions between Armenians and Turks have failed by pinpointing the arbitrators conducting the debates and the credibility of these arbitrators. In order to get a chance to move forward, credible individuals have to be screened out. Moreover, further elements need to be taken into consideration, such as Armenia's weaknesses and Turkish stances on the Armenian issue. I will address these in my conclusion by highlighting Armenia's limitations and depicting ways to engage the Turks by looking at the position regarding other nations who have been victims of ethnic cleansing. This approach should enable us to generate constructive discussions on Armenians' claims. The main reason which led me to conduct a historical study in order to address the Armenian-Turkish relations was the question around the destruction of the Armenians' lucrative network in the 18th century and the rapid decline of their influence worldwide thereafter. In effect, not only history allows us to observe the ascendance and decline of the Armenian world trade, it also enables us to see the European interventions in the 19th and 20th centuries, which worked out against the Armenians' aspirations. Armenian political activists of the diaspora are oblivious to much of this history and bear a strong anti-Turkish stance that prevents them from achieving their goals in this respect. So it's very important to just remind you of the position of the Armenians in the world prior to the 19th century. The Armenians were the forerunners of globalization. They dominated the Eurasian trade for centuries, until the rise of the colonial powers who overshadowed the Armenian control of trade routes. I won't discuss in detail how they achieved this status. If interested, you can read my article on the subject, The Armenian Enigma. In brief, I just would give you a summary. Due to their misfortune as inhabitants of a strategic location, they were caught between powerful empires in which they were able to thrive, between Persian, Greeks, Arabs, Turks, and Russians, who valued immensely the Armenian population, and which turned out, this population turned out to be their most reliable merchants. Their close ties with the Iranian courts after the 16th century and their ability to make the most of this asset enabled them to build the richest trade network in the world, attracting the attention of European merchants and rulers. Thanks to their domination of the Iranian economy, they were able to negotiate privileges and rights in the Italian cities, Poland, and the ports of the Black Sea. The Armenians lost this network. The network was crippled, and this was in the 18th century after the collapse of Iran, which was the principal trade hub, connecting the network from the Ottoman Empire and Russia all the way to the Indian Ocean. As such, their privileges in other lands, such as Poland, were taken away. Their commercial operations were henceforth endangered as the rivals were emboldened from their lack of support. Britain, which was emerging as a mercantile nation in the 18th century, seized Armenian commercial ships in order to take over their share of commerce in the Indian Ocean. So, their situation deteriorated even within the Ottoman Empire because of that. By the 19th century, the bulk of the Armenian population was left in the Ottoman Empire with a much weaker role in trade and hence a lesser leverage over the Ottoman economy and therefore government. The decline of the Armenian trade corresponded with the decline of the Ottoman Empire. Both the Ottoman state and the Armenians had lost control over their destiny. The Ottomans no longer controlled their own economy. And the Armenians and the Ottomans decided to rely more and more on the European powers. So witness to the Europeans' domination of the Ottoman Empire, the Armenians relied more and more on these external entities in order to defend their own cause. The British, who controlled the rich and strategic territories surrounding the Ottoman Empire, took advantage of the Armenian situation in order to use them for their own cause. They promised Armenians material and political support in a way to keep the Armenians distracted and the Russians frustrated. In effect, they preferred the Armenian territories to remain in the Ottoman Empire than to be annexed by the Russians. During the First War, this situation revealed itself as a calamity for the Armenians who no longer believed in the declining Ottoman Empire and who yearned for their independence. The major point of contention is here. The Armenians' desire for a separate nation during the rise of nationalism in Europe in the 19th century should be at the heart of the discussions regarding the Mediterranean or the genocide. Many nationalist Turks have flagged this political aspiration as one of the main reasons for which the Armenians were sacrificed. The argument is that the Armenians were betraying their own country, the Ottoman Empire, and siding with the enemies, Russia and Britain. In the 19th and 20th centuries, there were nations who had a direct interest in the dismantlement of the Ottoman Empire and who betrayed the Armenians. In effect, the Armenians ended as a pawn in the international politics. Britain, in particular, used Armenian leaders in order to obtain concessions from the Ottoman government and used its international influence to isolate the Russians who were prevented from occupying territories populated by Armenians. The British and Russian interests clashed at the expense of the Armenians before the First World War. The French also were not interested in creating independent Armenian territories, despite taking advantage of French Armenian legions to fight the Ottomans and annex some of their territories. And the Germans, as the allies of the Ottomans, had had a hand in the massacre of the Armenians during the First World War. If interested in further details, you can refer to Vahak Dadrian's book, German Responsibility and the Armenian Genocide. So this share of responsibility and arbitrage is very important to take into consideration. In effect, all these mentioned nations have a share of responsibility in the massacres endured by the Armenians and could not act as arbitrators in the discussions that gather Armenians and Turks around their historical issues. Even the goodwill of the representatives will be counted by the respective governments once the Pandora box is opened. By the 19th century, there were other nations who had or developed resentment towards the Turks due to the Ottoman occupation of their territories, such as the Eastern Europeans and Arabs. Later on, negative publicity against the Turks in Europe and America turned nations against the Turks. As a result, the European and American and Arab opinion in general is anti-Turkish, but not necessarily interested in the Armenians' lot. The Turks have developed their own grievances after being defeated during the First World War and being held responsible thereafter of the crimes they committed against their Christian minorities. So here I'm referring to the diaspora's resort to their own governments and their trust in the wrong entities. For decades, both Armenians and Turks have presented their own version of the incidents during the First World War. Armenians have appealed to the ex-colonial powers, which were present on the Ottoman soil at the time, to support their cause. However, all these countries have acted quite hypocritically by siding with the Armenians to soothe their public opinion in Europe, but de facto and in reality have supported the Turks by maintaining good relationship with the Turkish government. And the case of Artsakh, Nagorno-Karabakh has been quite a blunt proof of this situation, where material support had been given to Armenia, but in effect the territory has never been recognized as an Armenian territory. In these circumstances, the Turks and the Armenians cannot be left to their own device, and states such as Russia and France in particular, and in particular the United Kingdom, cannot play the role of arbitrators, although they should be held accountable for the interference in the Ottoman and Armenian affairs and should participate in these discussions. Thank you. They were highly involved during the First World War, as I mentioned, and had the means to change history at the time. Since both the UK and France have been behind many atrocities also in the world, and which have basically destroyed many regions, and since both have not recognized the crimes they have committed against humanity, Turkey cannot regard them as a principled nations and can easily dismiss their deliberation and conclusions as biased and motivated by self-interest. Way to convince the Turks, and this is probably the solution that I can give, is Armenia is a small landlocked country with a much lighter economic weight than Turkey. There are more international interests in Turkey due to its human resources and its industrial and agricultural potentials. As such, Armenia cannot punish itself by refusing to engage with Turkey. In order to enlist Turkish objectivity in this sensitive matter, one should test Turkish opinion in historical cases that have parallels with the Armenian issue, but which do not involve the Turks. For this purpose, I have called from authors who investigated the Bosnian case in the 90s, during which the Turkish public opinion was on the side of the Bosnian victims. The independence of the new nation splitting from Yugoslavia was recognized swiftly by Turkey. And this is the Turkish stance, which I'm going to quote. The core of the problem lies in the evil designs of the Serbian side and in the inability of the international community to deal effectively with these designs, which aim at creating a greater Serbia by the use of force. Bosnia and Herzegovina is being dismembered and its people are being exterminated by the chauvinistic ambitions of a rapacious neighbor operating through its surrogates in that country. So you can see the parallels between the Ottoman Empire and the Armenians here, and how the Turkish government was siding with the Bosnian case. The Bosnian case has many similarities with that of the Armenians during the First War, and a comparative analysis can extract the parallels between the Bosnian experience and that of Armenians, albeit the damages endured by the Armenians were of another magnitude. In order to achieve a solution, we need to shortlist nations in Asia and Africa who have not had a historical antagonism towards Armenians and Turks, and to seek the appropriate individuals from these regions who have genuine interest and awareness of the history and culture of Armenians and Turks, and are willing to conduct comparative studies to engage both nations. This is a difficult task, as such people are few and far between, but I believe it is achievable. If these few but difficult conditions are fulfilled, the chances for the relations between Turkey and Armenia to normalize would be much stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdin. I have a couple of questions myself, and I'd like to use that as my prerogative as the chair, but I'm going to skip them for now because we'll talk in the lunch later. I'd like to open the floor for questions and answers. So we have Narek first, and then go ahead, Narek.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers for very, very interesting talks. I have actually a few things I would love to ask Maria, and why don't I just stick to just one or two of the more interesting ones. In your readings of the textbooks, in particular the textbooks in Turkey, I was wondering how the valuing of a past multiculturalism, tolerant, cosmopolitan society is reconciled with a current monolithic ethno-national reality. I mean, that's also a part of the narrative. So I wonder how those two strands are brought together. And if I could just sneak in a second question for the both of you. When you mentioned bringing more voices into the telling of history, I wonder how relevant sources can be found when, for most of history, historiography has been single-voiced, has been elitist. You know, in the Armenian context, it's just been church fathers who have written histories, no one else. The Armenian epic was not even in any Armenian historical work until the 19th century. By coincidence, a bishop brought it to light. But I mean to say, how will you manage to bring in multiple voices in the retelling of history? Thank you very much.
Yeah. I suggest you answer immediately and move to the next.
So the narrative is, it has never exclude, let's say not exclude, but there is no open hate speech, let's say. There are discriminatory speech a lot. But there is a difference between Armenians, for example, Greeks, good Armenians, bad Armenians, good Greeks, bad Greeks. So the Turkish rule has always been tolerant, but there were some bad ones who didn't appreciate that rule. So there is a differentiation there. And how it is, and the current, how they see the nation right now, a Turkish nation is this mono-religious, mono-ethnicity nation, but there are still some minorities that we still are very still tolerant to them because their rights are guaranteed under the Lausanne Treaty. And as you know, Kurds are not recognized as minority, not mentioned at all in that sense. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Yeah. The question about sources. So I think, first of all, acknowledging the fact that it is the voice of the church and the elite men that we hear is already something very important to do in the textbooks. So acknowledging the limits of the sources that we have. Those who had access to writing were the ones who had the power to frame knowledge, right? So acknowledging this, also acknowledging the lack of visibility into the past, the lack of sources, because right now the textbook treats facts that come from 3rd millennia before Christ and yesterday with the same confidence. Yeah? So acknowledging these two would already be an important step. The third one, Armenian historiography does a wonderful job finding old stones with inscriptions of our origins and how old we were, how this land was called Armenia in times immemorial. They don't necessarily have to be Armenian sources. So coming closer to history, we don't necessarily always have to look at our sources. Let's look what the Mongols tell about their invasions of this part of the world. Let's look at what the Persians tell about the empire that we lived in together, right? So it doesn't really have to be our own sources. And here we need to also make a shift from trying to establish a one and only historical truth to acknowledging that all of these are competing narratives very much politicized and having from like a particular political perspective of today.
And one thing to add maybe, the local histories, it's also mentioned our network members a lot, because it is the center's history, not local histories. So your question about reliability, it is a question, but you can put this as a disclaimer that there is that kind of memory in this region, for example. It is at least can be mentioned, the memories of the regions, because Turkey is a big country and there are a lot of different memories that are not mentioned in the textbooks.
Okay, we have a couple more hands. Good. First, Nate, and then Okan.
So I have actually a clarification question for Optin, and from what I understood from your presentation is that the economic situation in the Ottoman Empire was exploited by the European powers, correct? And then from there, that discord was allowed to fester, and then the European powers actually leveraged that type of discord into the genocide. So therefore, they are equally culpable to a degree. I'm sorry if I'm missing, this is entirely a clarification question, as I heard. I don't mean to in that way.
Should I
Want to clarify?
Thank you very much for your question. I just need to rectify that because I didn't mention that the Ottoman Empire's economy was destroyed by the Europeans, but the Armenians' network and commercial power was destroyed mainly by the British because they were coveting their network, and hence because they had such a big leverage economically in the Indian Ocean and they controlled all that trade. Once the hub and the main support that was in Iran collapsed after the Afghan invasion of Iran, they lost that support, and then the British could take advantage of that situation and take over the Armenians' economy, and they sunk their ships in the Indian Ocean in the mid-18th century. And then gradually the other, I would say, economic advantages that they had in other European countries was taken away from them as they were losing the network and support in that respect. And if I can address the second part, I would say yes, the European powers had a role in I would say, souring the relationship between the Armenians and the Ottomans. They were present there. Yes.
This is just a quick follow-up, but so entirely devil's advocate question here. I do not possess to know exactly what the historical context is in this, but could it be argued that the Ottoman Turks, in not defending their own subjects' ships in the form of the Armenian ships, in those defending trade and those types of things, actually allowed discord to be exploited by lack of either mercantile treaties or economic forces that they could have leveraged? This is an entirely devil's advocate question.
I mean, the Armenians were not necessarily Ottoman subjects. They were a huge diaspora. I mean, many of them were Iranian subjects. They had become, they were in the Indian provinces, and to some extent they had been the subjects of the Rajas over there. They were, but the power that they had was financial, and that's how they could negotiate. In a way, it was destroyed because they didn't have any kind of reliable empire, and they did not have their own empire to defend themselves.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Okan.
I have a question for Önder. First of all, thanks for your presentation. It was one of the most imaginative research projects I've heard in a while from Turkey and about Turkey. And it reminded me of one of the amazing afternoons I had a couple of months ago watching television in Ankara. And this was one of the TV shows where people call and ask some religious leaders their opinions and advices about certain religious issues. And one of the men who called the show said that, Hocam, you know, in our country there are lots of treasures buried, left over by non-Muslims. Is it halal for us to look after them? And the response was that, well, you should share this with the state because the state gives a fair amount to the person who finds it. Otherwise, you will violate the rights of all 80 million people living in this country. So that was his position. And my question to you is, how is the relationship between the treasure hunters and religious leaders, and also, apart from that, the state and officials of the Turkish state? We know that at the very national level there is no discourse about that. No one talks and no one says anything about it. But at the local level, maybe there are some negotiations going on between state officials and treasure hunters. I was curious about that part. Thanks.
Well, in state level, there's a good jurisdiction. So there's like this regulation called treasure hunting regulation, which is actually based on Article 50 of Doğa ve Kültür Varlıkları, the Code of Natural and Cultural, you know, what is like natural and cultural something code. And in local level, especially after the 1990s, there are a lot of state officials who engage with this activity. So there's like treasure hunter who goes and finds a policeman, özel harekat, and they do the excavation together. There are also like army officials doing excavations. So they have these practices, but then there's like this judicial power trying to control it. And there are a lot of actually court cases about these state officials conducting unauthorized excavations, because in Turkish law you can apply for an excavation permit, which is related to this fatwa and ethics question of the imam. Then the state would take 40% of the treasure. So the state actually allows this activity under this treasure hunting regulation. There are a lot of state officials who do not apply for that, especially in Turkey's Kurdistan, because they think that they can do it without like sharing the. And there are a lot of actually instances even now in the news. There was actually a debate in the parliament a couple of weeks ago that there's an excavation in Tarsus, Turkey, since 6 months, protected by the police, and no one knows what's going on there. So it's a shady area, like state and this stuff. And with the ethics of that, is it like, you know, moral to take what is underground, which does not belong to me? It's very old. You have this question actually, the same question asked to the Imam on TV in Plato's Laws. And Plato is debating about, is it ethical to take what is not mine but buried underground, and going to diviners, exactly like what's being done today, like going to Imam and asking him to see what is there. So, and he says no. This is like, let's go back to Eflatun Ilahi, the divine. And yeah, so yeah, because it's like shared wealth. But yeah, this is like a part that there's a lot of debate there. Is it belong to the Muslims, non-Muslims? Then, yeah.
Thank you. And of course, I mean, for a forensic anthropologist or a forensic researcher, these things would be seen as forensic evidence of the genocide, and so they are really they should be presented in court, as was, by the way, in the genocide in Bosnia. So also for a gender balance in the questions, the next question is for Neil. and then we go to Hեղինակ, and then...
Thank you for your sensitivity, dear man. No, I'm joking. I want to thank you, Maria and Pınar, for your research. I think it was very interesting. I would like to ask about your guidelines. If you designed them just by yourselves, if there are other examples, especially about non-sexist reading and teaching of history.
We studied a few education models around the world. We studied the case of Germany and how they dealt with their history. Regarding the feminist history, so as a first step, we decided to deconstruct the current paradigm. And in the alternatives, there is a lot of criticism as well. And then there is the sole wish that perhaps a feminist histories will emerge one day. But because we first need feminist historians, we need to break with the monopoly of co-authorship of textbooks, because the majority of them are men. It seems like a far-fetched idea right now to put in a lot of thought into like the details of what these feminist histories would look like, and we need a lot of research to actually to be able to say something meaningful in that. But yes, we've studied the experience of other contexts, post-conflict contexts, and we continue to study them. But in this particular one, let's say it is more of the deconstruction of the current paradigm rather than solid alternatives offered, because we need research.
Thank you. The next question is for...
The treasury, it is obvious that Armenians belongs to Armenians. Will you be recommending they to consider giving it back or getting the owner, etc.? Or any others, how it is regulated and what you will be going to offer. And finally, to Abtin, I got a message when you say that learn how Turkey deals or recognizes other small states. My understanding is that you advise the small states to stay quiet and see how the strong ones, developing ones are dealing, and then align with that. Am I correct, or you are telling about different ideas, suggest different idea, or does the global community matters or not? Thank you.
Shall we start immediately, Abtin, and work our way back?
Probably my presentation was not that clear because I'm getting kind of questions that slightly differ from what I was presenting. No, I was saying, I was referring, for example, to the Bosnian case because it was very similar. I mean, had similarities with the Armenians case. And so when the Turkish government was siding with the Bosnians plot, and recognizing that as a genocide or ethnic cleansing, we can then refer back to them and say, okay, in that case, which you were not clearly involved, you do recognize it as a genocide, but don't you see similarities between the issue that the Bosnians had with the Serbians would be similar to the issues that the Armenians had with the Turks? So I would say taking their own arguments and then referring back to them, rather than going directly to them and saying, you know, you have to accept that responsibility for the genocide right away. So I'm saying by moving slowly and looking at those cases where the Turks are fully agreeable that it was a genocide, and show them the similarities. That was one. No, I do think small nations should get involved in that sense as long as they have a neutral stance. And by looking at countries, for example, maybe to Japan, or even bigger ones like China or African countries who do not really have a direct interest in blaming, for example, the Turks or the Armenians, and do not have any bias towards these nations. They have not been subject to a kind of propaganda. The propaganda has been very, very strong in Europe or North America. And considering what's happening in Turkey, it is strong in that sense. It's becoming stronger and stronger. So people have very anti-Turkish stand in that respect. What I'm saying is the recognition of the genocide or considering the Armenian case should be coming from a genuine interest in the Armenians' plot, not coming from an anti-Turkish stand or racist attitudes with regards to the Turks. Because if the Turks feel that, they're not going to feel that this is credible and they're not going to accept it. They're going to dismiss it. But if they see it as something that is really genuine and people are concerned about the suffering of the Armenians, that might shift. I'm sure that they would understand that and they would engage them.
Thank you. Önder?
Yeah, actually I would like to use the chance of your question, not because I have any recommendation to Turkish government, because I don't believe that we can recommend anything to today's Turkish government, but as a project, I strongly believe that a group of archaeologists who are working on the archaeology of the contemporary, which is a new actually current in especially American archaeology, which is not actually, they say that don't look at antique times or like medieval times, but do the archaeology of today. And there are people working on Mexican migrants' routes. They follow and they collect. They use archaeological methods. They collect their like plastic bottles and shoes, etc. So they use archaeology to explain today. And a team of archaeologists and forensic anthropologists would actually do a great job on this, because I don't believe that there are Armenian treasures, by the way. I haven't seen anyone, but there are I haven't seen anyone who actually found any treasure belonging to the Armenians. But I met people who found household objects with these stories that they had to leave their village on dinner table while making bread. It was immediate, and they left a lot of stuff. And there is this similar project conducted by an architecture from Israel, A.L. Weissman. It's called Forensic Architecture, and he presents evidence to the UN about Gaza, and occupation of Gaza. And what he says, and what I strongly actually feel like convinced with his argument, that the time of testimony is over. With the trial of Eichmann, testifying and writing memoirs, it is now in international law the matter that counts. Let's take matter as the evidence of genocide. So he takes like pieces of concrete, right? How Israel actually destroyed Gaza, and he just follows the shape of actually all these like smoke, like bomb smokes, and then he actually provides evidence based on these material data. And this is something still not too late to do about Armenian genocide, and let's just like move on and do something more like solid, which is like literally solid. Let's find what was left by these people, including actually the bones. And so this is what I believe that could be very, very practical. Forensic architecture and archaeology of the contemporary.
Thank you, Önder. And the final word is to Maria and Pınar.
We didn't mention how the textbooks are produced. We skipped that part, but in the analysis we have. So there are some different ways to produce textbooks in both countries, and they are pretty much similar. So it could be either state writing the books, it could be procurement, it could be state commission, a commission to write a book, or it could be independent authors writing the book. So in Turkey's case, for example, there is a difference because in Turkey the textbooks are free, but not free in the sense that you go to a bookstore and buy it. States buy or produce the textbooks and distribute it to students until the university. So it is a huge market for textbook producers of their textbooks to be approved by the state, because you write a textbook as an independent publishing house, you present it for the approval, and if it is approved, there is a huge chance that large amounts of your textbooks are bought, and it's a huge income. So in that sense, one of the things we noticed is the difference between the tone of this state-commissioned book and those independent books. Those independent books tend to be more nationalist than the state-commissioned books because it increases their chances to be approved by the ministry, right? This is not in the article. This is just observation of our network because our network consists of teachers who have been working for 20 years. And also our partner, Seçber Center, Bilgi University Seçber Center, is a center devoted to textbook reformation. So they have all of the textbooks for the timeline. I mean, they have all of the produced textbooks. And in the article, we had a list of those textbooks which are approved. And our teachers pick the ones they think that it's representative for each grade. So we have a representative textbook for 9, 10, and 11th grades. Between those independent and state-commissioned textbooks.
For Armenia, so we have in the middle school 4 years, we have 2 sets of textbooks. They are supposed to be alternatives to each other and teachers and schools are supposed to choose between them. But narrative-wise, they're the same and even task-wise, they're the same. If you compare the tasks that follow the lessons, the same wording. So it is, I think, more like technicality to say that we have 2 alternative textbooks for history. We picked the one that our teachers thought is more diffusely used. So for the middle school, 2 sets. Just 1 set, so 4 textbooks, grade 6, 7, 8, and 9 of middle school, 1 set. And they are on my table over here. And then from high school, we have only 1 set for grades 10, 11, 12. So we didn't have much of a choice there. Armenia does not have, all of the textbooks are state authorized and they are commissioned. There is a tender, but because the last names of our historians are synonymous with the discipline of history, I'm thinking that these competitions, my personal observation again, are a formality basically, because it's very unlikely that a young group comprised of both men and women, young historians that also include teachers in their authors group will ever make these tenders when they are competing with well-established names of historians.
And one more point that we also skipped. We didn't analyze the middle school textbooks in Turkey because in the middle school history lesson is integrated into social science class. So it's a part of the social science class, there's no separate. So that's why we focused on the high school textbooks in the Turkish analysis.
Well, thank you very much for all your contribution. We are slightly over time, but we've caught up like an airplane that's late. I want to thank all the panelists for their wonderful contributions. I think these are all very original and worthwhile contributions. I also want to thank the audience for their insightful questions. I suggest we take a 20-minute break, and then we convene again for the second panel. Thank you very much.
Baksana anca şey. Yok ya.
Гамбург в 3 часах от Берлина, так что тоже близко. Можно в день сгонять, там утром и вечером прийти обратно. Там это не проблема. Есть такое. Но это не мой нетик, так что мне простите. Ну, скажем, мой не шоу. Да. Я, слушай, в основном, когда встретились, я закончили, как я ему говорю, он смотрит. Ну, я ж помню. Ну, наш этот раз. Да.
Man muss sich da, muss man nur vorsichtig sein mit Leuten.
Ja, aber
andererseits, also jetzt mal die Leute so anschauen. Wir berücksichtigen und dann irgendwie wohl immer in die Urlaub und irgendwann.
что? Да. Проблема может быть только у них на границе, если там спросят и говорят, что там Карабах. И если спросят, ты был в Карабахе, скажут, да, так это проблема. А если нет, просто и не проблема. А ты в Карабахе не был, у тебя ни штампов, ничего нет, и как это не было. Так что это не проблема. Да, проблема могут быть только так. Ну хотя запишем, да. Но В общем, у меня такая ситуация. Я просил меня заканчивать бесплатно. Уже надо
Արդեն կեսնայը ինձ որևէ մեծերս չի ասել, չկան չի, որտեղ ես ասում եմ բարև, ուրիշ կանպետ չի, հիմա դա նույնը որտողան այսինքն այդ որտողությունները դա նորնակ ավելացնում որտողությունները ձեռնային հարավապով հակարակ գնաց արնամենտականից մի բանի համար, որի վրա ազդելու որևէ լծակ չունի։ Իջակ, որը մի անգամ ունեցել է, շատերը մոռանում են 1924 թվականից մինչև 53 բացարձակ իշխանություն է, բացարձակ և այդ ամբողջ հատկապես երաժշտականների որոշումներ նախաձեռնել, մարշալներ, գնդակահարել, պալիս, Իրանական կուսակցական ղեկավարը 4 տարի է մեր պաշտպանության մենք ունենք իրավիճակ, որ կառավարող իշխանության ղեկավար հանրապետական մինչև վերջերս 2 օր առաջ հանրապետական իշխանության ղեկավարությունը չգիտեր ում պետք է առաջադրել ազգային ժողովի նախագահ և ում Բաբլոյանի առաջադրում բոլորի համար զարմանալի բայց բոլորները միաձայն քննարկեցին և նաև ընդդիմություն է Ծառուկյան Դաշինքը ընդդիմություն այսինքն Հայաստանում բոլոր հայտարարությունների հակառակ անհրաժեշտ պայմանը հայացած կուսակցություններ, որտեղ այդ կուսակցության ներսում քննարկություններ, կուսակցության ներսում դիտե հրավիրել եւ շրջանակի աշխատանքներ պաշտոնը մարդ դառնում է վարչապետ, իսկ դառնում է կուսակցության փոխնախագահ եւ նման բաներ հայկականն էլ հիմա չէ, հիմա ես ինչ ես անում այդ իշխանությունների խնդրի դերն իշխանություն բաները նրանց բոլոր քայլերը միջազգային ասպարեզում այդ դրանով հիմա հայկականն հետեւյալ որ Էրդողանը հասկանում է որ իր ազգային արկան հետևաբար ինքը որևէ քայլ չի կարող Իրանով արեց այսօր վերահսկում է տալով պաշտոնը բայց դա բավարար չի ստիպում դրա ինքը նույն ձևի Թուրքիայի հարցում զգուշավորություն ստիպում այսինքն քայլեր չի կարող ամբողջական որտեղ Թուրքիան իսկապես ինտենսիվ լավ հիշում է Թուրքիան արձանագրությունից ոչ թե որ ինքը աղիքից վախերում ապավեց
Բարև ձեզ, Merhaba. Hello. Can we start? Բարև բոլորին, մենք արդեն մի քիչ ուշացել ենք, ավելի լավ է սկսենք, եթե եկողներ լինեն, հետո մեզ կմիանան։ Ես հայերենով կսկսեմ, սակայն կվարեմ անգլերենով, քանի որ մեր հյուրերը չեն տիրապետում հայերենին։ Իմ անունը Ալինոզինյան է, ես աշխատում եմ Ամերիկայի հայկական համագումարում որպես տարածաշրջանի փորձագետ։ Եվ նախ ուզում եմ շնորհակալություն հայտնել կազմակերպիչներին, հատկապես Տիկին Հեղինե Մանասյանին նման միջոցառման համար եւ CRRC-ի բոլոր աշխատողներին, որոնք օգնել են այս ծրագրին, հատկապես Վարուժանին, Գեղամյանին շատ շնորհակալություն ամեն ինչի համար։ Արդեն ամփոփում ենք ժողովը, սա նախավերջին նիստն է, որը նվիրված է քաղաքացիական հասարակության ներգրավման եմ հայ-թուրքական հարաբերությունների շրջանակներում։ Կարծում եմ հետաքրքիր թեմա է եւ վերնագիր է, քանի որ այս պահին կարծեք թե ինչ որ կապված է հայ-թուրքական հարաբերությունների հետ, հիմնականում իրականացվում է քաղաքացիական հասարակության կողմից, այսինքն ՀԿ-ների կողմից։ Ուրեմն սկսենք։ Hello everybody. I'm Alino Zinyan. I'm regional analyst of Armenian Assembly of America. It's fourth session and we are going to speak about civil society engagement in Turkish-Armenian relations. Before giving the floor to our speakers, I want just to point some, let's say, important timeline. After a long period of secret diplomacy between Armenia and Turkey that was mediated by the Swiss, Armenia and Turkey launched a new effort of direct bilateral diplomacy that came to be known as football diplomacy. That process ended with the signing of two diplomatic protocols in Zurich in October 2009, and these protocols offered a strategic roadmap for each country to, let's say, normalize relations as a first step toward the process of reconciliation. However, and despite the diplomatic language of the protocols, especially Turkey has proven that the ratification process was more complicated than signing the protocols. Today, the protocols, unfortunately, could be considered as frozen to death, while Turkey's first innovative Armenian policy come to sovereign before it had even begun. And under these quite depressing conditions, the normalization efforts remain under the sole responsibility of Track 2 activities, involving both civil societies and as well as diaspora Armenians. Today, with the support of international community, valuable initiatives still continue to take place with the help of the civilian segments to challenge the taboos, discover each other, and explore ways of cooperating on concrete issues of common concern. In this session, we have three young presenters who will speak about civil society engagement in Turkey-Armenian relations via food, dance, and children games. Our first speaker is from United States. I think I'm going to pronounce his name correctly because he helped me a lot. Nikolai Jalili Chacho. He's a graduate student in the program of Sustainable Peace Building at the University of Wisconsin. And his most recent research has explored the roles of collective memory and intergroup contact theory in reconciliation activities along the Armenian-Turkish border. And he's also currently a research associate with the Alliance for Peace Buildings project. And his paper, co-authored by İlhan Karayazı, titled Food-Based Dialogue Building on the Armenian-Turkish Borderlands. The floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be speaking to you all today. I think everybody here working on these issues or having an interest in these issues might feel a sense of fatigue at the, as you mentioned, frozen pace. And so I'm pleased to be able to speak on some perhaps brighter, more uplifting stories. It probably comes as no surprise that we can find some of the more successful, indeed the more beautiful stories when we start to look at the everyday interactions of normal people. So, again, my name is Nikolai Jalili Chacho. I'm from the United States. A signifier of this is the fact that I have a Russian, Albanian, and Italian name, and yet I'm none of these three things. The paper is called Food-Based Dialogue Building on the Armenian-Turkish Borderlands. Ooh, where'd you go? Applying intergroup contact theory to reconciliation activities. This was co-authored by İlhan Karayazı, founder of the CARS, Culture and Urban Research Association, and someone who put this project together that I'm going to be speaking on today. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here, so here I am. Before we begin, I do want to clarify something up front. What I'm presenting on today is not generalizable data by any stretch of the imagination, but rather some speculative claims, some points of departure, and some of the research which has inspired them. Now, I come from a background of peace building, and the questions which motivated me are what works, what doesn't work, why does it work, why doesn't it work, what are the outcomes, and what are the impacts. Of course, philosophically, practically, I'm interested in the notions of peace, justice, and reconciliation and what they mean in this particular context as well. And I hope that in telling the story of this particular project and intervention, we can help illuminate some underexplored elements of peacebuilding practice, how food, ritual, and collective memory can be a vehicle for challenging identity and forging new intergroup relations. Exploring and verifying the claims that I'm going to present to you would take a much deeper and more engaged, robust interdisciplinary study. So I'm going to present them noting that they are speculative and hopefully planting a few seeds for other researchers or practitioners to begin exploring these ideas a bit more fully. So there appears to be a formatting issue, so you'll just have to bear with me on the PowerPoints. I'm going to be talking about an intervention, and these are a few claims that have been informed by and are subsequently informed by other research. Claim 1, intergroup contact theory between Turks and Armenians facilitated by food-based dialogue, which engage ritualized behavior and collective memory, can reduce anxiety and stereotyping, build trust and empathy between participants, and create the conditions for subversive friendships to form. Claim 2, by engaging and challenging participants' core shared identities, practices, and memories, food can alter the dynamics of in-group affiliation. And claim 3, which is cut off, as a consequence of claims 1 and 2, food-based activities can facilitate track 3 citizens' reconciliation between Armenians and Turks. Okay, so this project began well before I got involved, and the project is known, at least in English, as Cooking for Peace. It was a project founded by the Kars Culture and Urban Research Association, as I mentioned, between Kars, Turkey, and Gümrü in Armenia. The first phase of this project, partially funded by, is our friend from the Gulbenkian Foundation here. I don't see him. So the first phase of the project was ethnographic research along the Turkish-Armenian borderlands with the intention of putting together a cookbook. The project participants were interviewing women, particularly women from rural areas around Kars and Gümrü, to understand the recipes, collective memories, stories, rituals, and behaviors around their food practices. They very quickly discovered significant overlap in these stories, rituals, behaviors, and memories shared by Turks and Armenians, but of course the participants didn't know they were sharing the same stories, rituals, and practices. This inspired Kashka to engage in phase 2, which was a culinary exchange program. So the women that they had been working with to collect this data were involved in an exchange. The first phase was Turkish women visiting the homes of Armenian women around Gümrü, being hosted by them, cooking together, sharing recipes, and this culminated in a large community cooking event where at a restaurant in Gümrü, Turkish and Armenian women cooked together and served their food to 150 people from Gümrü. And then the second part of the exchange was the other way around. The same Armenian participants visited the homes of Turkish women in and around Kars and participated in this case feeding 300 people for an iftar meal. And I think, I can't speak to this, I'm sure many of you here, and I would like to hear your understanding of the implicit and explicit meanings of Armenian women cooking and serving food during for an iftar meal in Kars. Something I can't speak on. So I got involved in this project about a year later, doing a sort of outcome evaluation. I was interviewing the participants of this project and attempting to gain an understanding and some clarity. Did this project work? Did it change attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors? Did it alter the dynamics of how these participants felt about themselves and the conflict? Why did this happen, or why didn't it happen? Some additional phases. So there's a documentary which has been produced. I don't know if it's been shown here yet. And there's going to be a book publication coming out shortly. So the framework that I want to use for understanding the relationships between the participants in this program is based on a theory called intergroup contact theory, or intergroup contact hypothesis, developed by Gordon Allport, an American sociologist, in 1954. What Allport argued was that when 4 conditions were met, and his initial studies were looking at the experiences of black and white Americans serving in military or on trade ships, and he was saying that his argument was that when 4 conditions were met, participants from outgroups can reduce distrust, can reduce anxiety, and can increase empathy, compassion, and trust in one another. Those 4 conditions are equal status of the participants. So everyone has to be, or has to understand themselves as being non-hierarchically aligned. Common agenda and shared goals. This means that people have to be working together, not competing, and they have to be working together towards the same end. And finally, authority sanction. People could not feel like they were participating under a state of duress, but rather that they had the full authority to be engaging in their activities. Now, since this time, and actually intergroup contact hypothesis has become one of the most validated and increasingly validated theories in all of social psychology. There's been hundreds and hundreds of studies done looking at variations of intergroup contact hypothesis. The theory has changed over the years, but nevertheless remains a robust and particularly interesting vein of research. Some of the important discoveries done, actually there was a meta-analysis done of ICH work about 10 years ago, and what they found was that not all of Allport's initial conditions were relevant. One of the most important conditions for facilitating trust, empathy, and dialogue was the creation of friendships. So when intergroup contact facilitates the creation or the conditions for the creation of friendships, you are far more likely to see these conditions emerge. And I'll touch on that a little bit more later. So I want to read a quote to you now from one of the participants of this project, from Armenia. I've always seen them as enemies. The past events had very deep roots inside my heart, and for me, each Turk was an enemy. I thought that if Turks come here, or if I go there, they will harm us. But when I met Turks for the first time, everything changed. I had never met a real Turk before, and could never imagine that we could eat together. Immediately, I got rid of my stereotypes. From the first moment, I was easily able to communicate with them. When you look at one's eyes, you can understand many things. I could see kindness in their eyes. So there are many interesting questions here, but I think the question that pops out to the forefront is, how is it that after relatively limited exposure, just a few visits to each other's homes and a couple experiences of cooking together for a few hours, that this sort of change could be had? And this is just one quote, but it was generally representative of the responses that many of the participants gave. Unfortunately, there was no baseline study that was conducted initially with the participants, so it's particularly difficult to have an understanding of where people's beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors were prior to the intervention. Nevertheless, this is a representative quotation. People expressed significant change in their attitudes and beliefs. So why would this happen after such a short period of time? This was not an extended engagement contact. And I've been kind of digging around through interdisciplinary literature in an attempt to gain a kind of insight to this question. Yeah, sorry about the formatting here. I don't know how that happened. One interesting answer that I want to touch on, I was going to show a film clip, but for reasons I'm not going to, or for time, I'm not going to show it. There was a moment when Turkish women were first sitting in the kitchen of one of their Armenian hosts. Everyone is sitting around nervously, anxiously. In fact, you can see it in the documentary. One woman actually says to the camera person, "Are you filming my anxiety?" There's this incredible sense of trepidation in the room. And then the women get invited into the kitchen, and they start cooking together. And immediately, and you can see it in the documentary, it was reported as well, but that sense of anxiety, of tension, just disappears as people begin engaging in practices which are highly ritualized and particularly well known, in fact, intimately experienced. So I have a bit up here from a guy named Matt Rosano. He's University of Louisiana, and he's actually an evolutionary biologist who writes extensively on ritualized behavior and the transmission of social norms and values. He makes the argument that ritualized behavior is particularly conducive towards transmitting social norms and values, and that as a second element of that, when outgroups are engaging with one another, even under antagonistic circumstances, ritualized behavior can create safe spaces for transmission of knowledge and experience. He defines ritualized behavior as behaviors which have rule governance. They must be executed in a prescribed manner. Repetition, people do them over and over and over again. And gold emotion. So ritualized behavior is a behavior that has a meaning beyond its immediate utilitarian purpose. And I think probably you all here could be better judges than I as to whether or not cooking rituals and hosting and the behaviors which go along with cooking and rituals would qualify as ritualized behaviors. Based on the responses to my interlocutors, I would speculate the answer is yes. So when you have people engaging in ritualized behavior, and this is a point that I want to draw out for some of the program designers and peace builders in the room, ritualized behaviors can effectively create spaces where nervousness and anxiety are reduced, tension is reduced, and people work together with a sense of shared meaning, even across fairly divergent cultural or linguistic boundaries. That's more the clip. So there's another element here which should be explored further, and there's a rich and robust academic literature on the intersection between food, land, and collective memory, which I won't have time to get much into, but I encourage exploration. There's a quote: "Food rituals are also linked to habitual memories through repetition. Habitual memories are at play in the act of dicing, kneading, baking, serving, offering, and sharing foods in a ritual setting." Not only is the food similar, and again this is a quote from a participant, in our cultures similarities are many because people have been living together for many years. They mix together. For centuries we have been neighbors, and it is impossible that the cultures of neighboring nations don't influence each other. And it's also worth considering the notion of landscape and the critical element of landscape, and the fact that the particular biodiversity in the elevated area around Kars and Gyumri allowed for the growth and production of particular sets of herbs and spices which participants reflected on as being an element of their cuisine, not necessarily based on ideas connected to nationality, but ideas connected to regionality. And so there are foods that are specific to the Kars-Gyumri region that through this process of cooking and sharing together, people came to realize that their identities were not necessarily aligned primarily through the nation state, but in fact through the region and through a shared history which was increasingly uncovered and unmasked through this process. And finally, I wanted to touch on the work of Kasabrian and Oktim, who, and this is the only actual other paper that I could find that discusses the issue of Turkish-Armenian relations and uses food as a vehicle for understanding how it is the sort of particularities of these relationships. And Kasabrian and Oktim focus specifically on the diaspora communities. Obviously, the conditions for engagement here are much different. They discuss the term subversive friendships. So these are friendships that can be formed through the engagement of outgroups that take on a specifically politicized nature. When individuals engage with one another, and through the act of engagement, there's a political valence or a valence that has certain objectives and goals embedded within it. They are, in fact, this is the only paper that I discovered that specifically also advocated for food as a vector for specifically building subversive friendships. And the interlocutors of this project did express rather similar sentiment. So you can read the quote there, but what you can also see in the documentary and in the responses from the interviews that I conducted was a renewed sense of gender-based solidarity. This is going to be a kind of paraphrase of many of the responses, but the general sentiment was, well, before we didn't understand this, but now we understand that differences are, the differences between us are in fact political, and what binds us are our statuses as women, and that as women we are a kind of collective force with a new sense of agency that can impact political change. And I realize that I'm inflecting a lot of my own language into that kind of paraphrase, but that was the generalized sentiment. So on the basis of what we can learn from this very, very, very small project, I think we can draw out some more speculative recommendations that I want to highlight here. First of all, there's a great need for ethnographic research on borderlands food and rituals. The fact that the NGO participants had to conduct a lot of this research themselves is indicative of a real gap in the literature. So you ethnographers out there, I think this is a project. Finally, when we think about this kind of project, we have to consider the paradox of numbers, which is that part of the reason why this project was successful in the way that it was successful. Why is it that the reason why friendships were built was because of close, intimate contact of a relatively few number of participants. Had there been a greater number of participants, the likelihood of the conditions which would have facilitated friendships, let alone subversive friendships, would have been far less likely to occur. And again, this project could only have occurred very specifically within this region, with a shared landscape, food recipes and rituals that had been developed over a particularly long period of time, and so on. And this presents a major challenge for either scaling this notion of food-based dialogue building or relocating it to other places. And this, of course, highlights the need for further ethnographic research of food and rituals in other locations, but also the challenge of magnifying project impact. I'm probably speaking to the, I think you all probably understand quite well that one of the biggest challenges in peer-to-peer bridge building, dialogue building, and reconciliation activities is transferring up the impact from sort of grassroots track 3 to anything, really anything above that level, certainly anything impacting policy. So it's really, really nice when there are friendships that are created, that are built, but what is the greater impact? How do we measure that? And this is a major challenge. One of the interesting things that came out of these interviews was the extent to which the project participants were utilizing social media to tell the stories of their engagement. All the participants that I mentioned had posted significantly on Facebook and extensively, had posted photographs, had brought their new network into their own Facebook world, had used Facebook to continue on friendships even across the linguistic divide for the year after the program until the moment in which I had interviewed them. So social media is a way of, for relatively low cost, potentially expanding the impact of projects that require a more deeply intimate and close-knit group of people. There was, so an increased focus on rural communities and women. I think you've probably all read the Tepov report from Dr. Puntsman that was released a few years ago. This is one of the recommendations from that report. Obviously, there are significant challenges in focusing reconciliation activities or these sort of bridge-building dialogue initiatives in rural areas, lack of infrastructure and development. But it's also worth, I think, taking a moment to here praise the funders of projects who are willing to take the risk of investing their money in areas that have less infrastructure for these kinds of projects. Improved participatory monitoring and evaluation techniques. This is, I think, essential. It's really, really hard to prove this kind of impact, especially when it's kind of squishy, qualitative, and not very hard data, so to speak. Nevertheless, there are new and innovative monitoring and evaluation techniques that are becoming increasingly cost efficient, but critically involve the participants themselves in the process. So I'm thinking here of outcome harvesting or most significant change, these monitoring and evaluation techniques. Again, for funders out there, that's critical. And so let's see. Now it's not on here, it's kind of cut off at the bottom, but there's, how am I at with time, by the way? I haven't seen. 3 minutes, great. So you can't see it down there, but there's an additional bullet point that draws attention to the problem of extended dialogue versus collective action. And I wanted to draw attention to this issue. And this issue is, I think, reflective of a divergence in social justice communities and peace-building communities. I'm speaking somewhat within the context of the United States, which I'm more familiar with, but I think there's some generalized application. Peace-building communities tend to prioritize dialogue, engagement, conflict resolution. Social justice communities, as a generalized statement, often see conflict as a way of creating or bringing about the conditions where social justice can be explored more fully, which then forces the question, does dialogue building actually inhibit social justice? If people are friends with each other, is the less empowered or victimized group less likely to fight for social justice when they have a face to the name of their victimizer or oppressor group? And there's a small but increasing academic analysis within the intergroup contact hypothesis field that is looking at this question. I think it's particularly important for practitioners and project designers to take into account that not all dialogue is good, that sometimes if dialogue inhibits the progress towards social justice, then it can be counterintuitive and can in fact reify the same power dynamics and oppressions which created those situations in the first place. There is an interesting bit of literature that I can talk more about later that explores this question within the ICH world more fully. Okay, so I won't get into any of these next steps or the applications of this project towards more theoretical understandings of reconciliation. Yeah, I think there's just one other point that I want to mention because I think it's critical. Within the intergroup contact hypothesis literature, there's another question which looks at power relations between oppressive and oppressed groups and asks the question, does dialogue and bridge building reify? So this is a slightly different interpretation of the question I was just discussing. But here it's, does conversation over issues like food or like, say, shared cultural similarities, does that prevent outgroups from engaging in a more critical, more substantial, and more subversive dialogue about the underlying political issues or the issues of historical injustice? And so I bring this up both as a critique and an invitation to explore more fully because there's a serious issue here. If outgroups are only engaging in areas of commonality, then the likelihood of discussing the critical power dynamics, the issues which underlie the conflict, are far less likely to occur. So in designing these interventions, it's important to provide pathways that go beyond simply food or music or dance or masonry or whatever the fulcrum of the intergroup contact is, but to provide a substantive vector for engaging in discussion around those issues, power dynamics, legacy of massacre and genocide, issues of normalization and closed borders and so on. So that's it. If you have any other issues, I'm happy to speak with you more or provide the bibliography for some of the sources in which I cited. And yeah, feel free to tear this all apart in the questions and answers. I welcome it. It's all kind of experimental at this point. So thank you so much.
Mr. Chacho, thanks for the interesting talk. I think this kind of research also important as they make women's voice more visible in Turkish-Armenian discourse via kitchen. And our next speaker is Nil Dolaye. Nil works in Bomovo as a project developer and network builder. Bomovo is a young NGO dedicated to social empowerment through body movements. And Nil is practicing capoeira in Istanbul for several years. And after working in the field of migration and volunteering for different cases, she posed to herself the goal to bring her passion for capoeira with her skills in working with vulnerable groups. And she started developing programs that address specific needs for displaced children and then women. And it's only in 2015 that she discovered a whole world of activists and social workers dedicating all their time in this field, and now she's trying to do the same in Turkish-Armenian relations. And her paper is titled using capoeira as a tool for women empowerment in the Armenian-Turkish transnational context. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Aline. First of all, I want to thank the organizers, CRRC, and I think it's a very important conference, and I'm really happy that as a representative of NGO, I can be part of this conference, and I think this bridging between researchers and activists is also very important. So first of all, I want to say that I'm not a researcher. I am an activist who works on the field, and in the case that I'm going to present you, I am part of the experiment, and I was thus trying to both understand what is happening while I was working on the field, but I have to say that it was also a personal journey for me in terms of emotions and feelings, in terms of coming to face the prejudices and coming to understand what are those famous power relations we speak about, and trying to analyze those and trying to deconstruct those maybe inside myself with the help of others, of friends. And I have to say that I needed to actually collect the data because, as it's written on my bio, I discovered only in 2015 that there are actually other people who work in this field. What I just wanted to do is to dance capoeira and to share what I love the most and what I have the most pleasure about with others, people that I felt it's my responsibility to touch and to enter in dialogue with and to speak with. In this case, as a Turk, for me coming to Armenia is part of my individual responsibility. And because I didn't see any data or I didn't have any resources on how to practice and how to work exactly in a woman empowerment context, I had to build everything from scratch, and this is why I decided to make this research. And in the between, I met a network of other women who work on the same field, but not in the context of reconciliation or conflict, but in the context of women empowerment, which was for me a great help, halfly, in my work. So the data I collected was to understand the field, and this is now for me a great opportunity to share this with others, and I hope that people who are in a better position than me, that are more objective, can actually maybe analyze those better than me. I was thus a fellow at of the Hunting Foundation in 2014 and 15, and I was working at the Women Resource Center of Armenia. During my time here in Yerevan, it was the 100th anniversary of the commemoration of the genocide, and I have to say it was very, very heavy period emotionally. Also, it was the first time Hunting Foundation was implementing this fellowship scheme, which was also very painful because of tragic incidents that happened among one of us fellows. So I will, now that I set kind of the context, I will start. First of all, I would like to thank Anahit for coming. She was one of the participants of the capoeira classes, and maybe she will have to go because she has classes, but thank you for coming. So this is basically what we will be going through. So I'm passing this now. First of all, I will tell shortly what is capoeira, because capoeira may seem like kind of far away, strange fruit, but actually it is kind of exotic. But it is a ritual that was invented, created because of needs, survival needs by African enslaved people who were running away from plantations in Brazil and who were meeting with native people from the Amazonia forest and recreating new places of survival. And through this, they built rituals that had links with their African roots, but also with the new context and new people that they were meeting, and with meeting the great need of reclaiming the humanity that they were forced to lose by the white enslaving system. So it's a ritual that is like others such as candomblé, samba, makulele, and other rituals that were absolutely created in this context. Capoeira is a ritual that is a ritual of embodying resistance, literally, and of also recovering the body. As you might know, when slaves were running away from the plantations, they were cut organ, maybe arm, and the second time they run away, then a leg, and so on, and they were always beaten. And actually the scale of survival for slave after arriving in the South American continent is of about 2 years. So those wounded bodies also had a need to recover physically, and this is what capoeira really came out from. And so this was the tool I used as a capoeirista myself, and this is the dance that we used all together with the women I reached out to. And talking about, in general, sports and women empowerment. So as I said, right now there are actually, it's a new trend in NGOs and activists, but women are more and more claiming the field from which they are still segregated and have always been segregated from. Even in games, only boys want to have fun, and they don't let us have fun together. So now it is time when we start to reclaim the field, and we start to also want the ball and to have fun. But actually, using sports has proved, among other women empowerment works, to be a good tool for building self-confidence, and it has proved for women who do sports to be more entrepreneurial in other fields of their lives, in taking decisions in their families, or in they start maybe running companies, or they start to be more proactive in their own lives, actually. So this is to tell about the power of sports in general for women, but I will enter more in detail with the findings of my own research. And about the context into which I was, so I would like to recall this sentence from Nancy Krikorian. What I object to are people-to-people programs that do not address the power imbalance between communities in conflict, between perpetrators and victims, and do not set as a precondition for their interactions a shared basis in historical truth. I agree with this sentence, and you don't, okay, we can speak about it. Well, I don't have that much choice that you do, maybe. Being at the Women Resource Center of Armenia, which is one of the extremely courageous and really revolutionary place of Armenia, and that is setting already as a precondition the rules that we challenge the games of power. This is basically what feminism is about, of course, but this is something that is very present in that specific feminist organization. And the fact of being inside a feminist context is already an opportunity for rethinking about power imbalances. And the other thing is that the fact that the tool used itself, being capoeira, is also something that challenges such types of power relations, because it is a slave movement, because it is a resistance movement, because it is a revolution movement of reclaiming rights and of destroying all the set intellectual frame that was set by the enslaving white power. So I have to say that those two contexts helped me a lot in thinking about Armenian Turkish, my position, the position of my friends. But I must say that, of course, as teaching, this is the word, a martial art, of course there are extremely hierarchical ways of interacting with each other that were always, I always tried to challenge through different means by, for example, asking the ones who understood to teach to the ones who didn't understand yet, or things like this. But this, of course, hierarchical position was still existing, and maybe this is something I couldn't do something about. So coming to the practice and how we did this, this is the image that we used at the beginning to advertise the capoeira classes. So the capoeira classes took place every week. They were free of charge, organized by the Women Resource Center. And this image was the advertisement of the capoeira classes on the social media of the Facebook page of Women Resource Center. As you can see, it's an image of, well, it's me, but it's an image of a woman who is doing a physical activity in a public space. And there was also a text coming together with it, but this was the message of maybe the maybe the promise of to the women of what they are going to experience. Sorry. Yes. The program lasted 6 months with a break in between. Goodbye, Anahit. The program lasted 6 months with a short break, and it reached out to 45 women, but 11 of them came consistently to the classes, and the in-depth interviews were run among those 11 women. I can just put some examples of the way I was working, which is we were embodying some set goals of women empowerment that were preset before, and then with the help of media such as this that I was doing in the office, I was trying to give another tool to reflect on what we are trying to embody during the capoeira classes. So this is an example of how we were trying to challenge actually the concepts of beauty and how the society is conditioning women, and how sports can help us to overcome what is expected from us as bodies of women. So this is women who are trying to do very complicated movement, and of course for this they have to literally be on the floor, and this is where they look beautiful and strong. This was the message. So let's come to the findings of the research. There was a set of questions. I mean, again, I need to say that I am not a researcher, so I just tried to have interviews with those women with whom I spent very intense, emotionally intense time, and trying to understand together what is happening. But among the answers that I got and the questions that were asked, there was a clear rise of awareness of the capacity that women have. Most of women who came to the capoeira classes claimed that before they came they didn't even know that their bodies were able of doing such things. And so there was all of a sudden a self-conception of strong body, and that the field of strength doesn't belong to men only. There were many women who wanted to fight and had this in themselves before, but because they thought it was for men, they were happy to see this advertisement and say, this is some place for women to fight, so this is for me, I can come to this. Other things challenged was about the shyness. In capoeira we use singing and we play music while we are dancing and fighting. And many women came over their shyness. They thought they need to have a beautiful voice to speak out, but we learned to scream and shout and use our voice as an organ, as a part of our body, and reclaim the right to use this organ. And also we appeared in public on 8th of March. We made a demonstration of capoeira during the World Day of Women's Rights. Also the age segregation in sports was a little bit challenged, since one of the participants was 75 years old. She never had done sports in her whole life before, and she was coming from far away from Yerevan just for those classes. And she was saying that it was the first time in her life that there was finally something where she didn't need to feel that it's made for old people. No, it was made for her, like other women who could be also younger. And there was this solidarity between each other and awareness of this age difference that made people have behave in solidarity with each other. And then let's come to the Turkish-Armenian relations questions that I asked to women. It was very interesting because of, as I told you, the capoeira it's a quest for justice in itself, as a dance and as a fight. And for many people in Armenia, understandably, the justice comes, it's linked directly to the genocide. And when you discuss about justice, you have to speak about genocide. So we were one day writing a song all together, and somebody said, okay, and let's write, we will reclaim justice. And another participant said, and we will kill all the Turks. And so, of course, she was shamed by the other participants and so on, but nothing big happened then. And we could have the opportunity, she opened actually herself the subject again when we had this one-to-one discussion among each other. And she was said, yes, okay, I said this, but I didn't mean you. But I said, okay, then maybe you mean my family, or who's that Turk? And she said, no, of course not your family. Okay, then maybe my friends. No, not your friends, and so on. But just, it's interesting to understand how this link of justice made her a bit, she needed to question and rethink about her values as justice, and then having to speak to me and explain them to me. And she ended up saying, you don't even look like a Turk, which I guess is a compliment somehow. And by the way, Turks say the same, and it is a compliment also in the mouth of the Turks. So well, I had other remarks from other women. One of them said, it's not a problem that you're a Turk, you're not an aggressive one. So that was nice to hear also. But actually about this aggression, it is also interesting to recall that, for example, Capoeira helped also women to rethink about violence, because violence for women has a different meaning than violence for men, for many reasons. But there is always this challenge that there is the strong body is hurting physically the weak body. And with capoeira and becoming more strong and so on, one of the participants said, capoeira is a martial art and a dance, and the power comes from the calmness. That's why you don't show aggression, because aggression is not a symbol of power. For me, this is a very relevant way of rethinking violence and aggression and power. Another participant said, okay, all Turks are not bad. We must hate you and Kurds from the bottom of our hearts, but you are good people. We demand recognition from the state, not from individuals. One day there will be reconciliation. People are raised to hate because the states need soldiers. Thanks for coming to Armenia. It's not easy for you. So there was also this recognition of that somehow maybe I put myself physically in danger, and coming to speak and create a dialogue was already actually something that touched people, women enough to make also a step forward. And to this I can add to another woman also said, you're coming to Armenia as a Turk is more interesting for me than capoeira. So just to finish, I would like to cite some other quotations. One woman said, it's even better that you are Turkish. Your presence is the best way to solve past problems. So the same lady I told you about, who was 65 years old, she said, you are the first person from Turkey I have ever met. I can show a bad attitude towards Turks now. And some other participants of the group said that it didn't matter for them. It didn't actually make any change, that they didn't have any feelings about me being Turkish or them being Armenian, and they didn't see the point of the question anyway. So this is, if I need to conclude maybe in one sentence, and sorry for taking too much time, I hope that we can have more games-based and sports-based project that can put us together, because me, myself, as an activist, as a field worker, I really believe in this strong tool, and I hope that we can be more active together and actually do things together, even though theoretically maybe it may have many, many challenges. It is still great, believe me. Thank you.
Neil, thank you very much for sharing your own journey with us and all the work you do in Armenia for women empowerment. Also, your quotes were very interesting. And I just remember when somebody's representing me to a friend in Turkey, they said, her name is Alin, she's Armenian, but she's a good one. And I can feel what you feel during these conversations. And our third speaker is Eleni Diker, who was also co-author of your talk, if I'm not mistaken. Eleni is the co-founder and project developer at Bomovo. And next to her job at Bomovo, she's also a fellow at Vehbi Koç Foundation in Istanbul, working as a project manager at Migration Research Center, again in Koç University. And her paper is titled Reconciliation Games in South Caucasus, Children Play for Peace, and we are ready to listen to your findings.
Thank you very much, Aline, for the introduction. And before I begin, I also would like to thank CRRC team for inviting us to this conference and giving this opportunity to come back to the city and actually present our work, which means a lot to us. And my name is Eleni. Just like Nikolai, it sounds Greek, Italian, or French, whatever, but actually it's not. I'm none of them. I'm half Armenian, half Arabic, born and raised in Turkey. So I don't usually mention this in conferences, but I thought it's relevant in this context. And today we are here with my colleague Neil, and Neil actually is the founder of our association, which was established exactly 1 year ago in May 2016, and it is called Bomovo. It is the short name for a network of sport and body movement for vulnerable groups. So the basic aim of our organization is to transform sport and body movement into social good. And for this purpose, we develop physical activity programs for vulnerable groups to contribute to their social empowerment. And the program that we are going to present today is actually a game program that we developed for children living in border provinces. I said it means a lot to us because it is actually the first officially funded project that we implemented in our association, and also because of its content. And okay, as I said, it's called Reconciliation Games and specifically developed for children living in border provinces. So this idea actually emerged, the idea to develop this program emerged during a human rights training that Neil has attended in Anne Frank House in Amsterdam. And after this training, we were inspired to think of a way to advocate for peace through physical and emotional learning. So, and reflecting on the closed border between Armenia and Turkey, we came up with this idea to adopt traditional children games as a tool to communicate with children. And we wanted them to rethink their perceptions about the other by using this traditional children games as a tool, or remind them about their long-lost playmates with whom they actually live so close but so far away at the same time, and probably playing same games, because traditional children games, like, they also represent a shared cultural heritage. So it is shared, especially in the context of border territories where cultural practices are quite intertwined, just like food and rituals. Actually, games are also part of shared culture. So yes, this component was important for us. And I will briefly talk about how we implemented it so that you have a concrete picture in your mind, but then I'll come to implementation in detail afterwards. It's basically we selected games, 10 games, and with a group of 10 children, we played 3 different games, and between each game we had short follow-up discussions, and in the end of each session we had a general discussion. Just a second, I need water. So firstly, we implemented this in Kars and Ardahan, which are respectively sharing borders with Armenia and Georgia. But as I said, the idea to develop this program originated from, of course, the closed border between Armenia and Turkey, which apparently requires more efforts in terms of reconciliation. So I will try to talk about the logic of this program in 3 dimensions. First of all, also the principle of our association, it's the body-oriented approach. I will try to explain it, and then I will get into detail with why we used games, and I will explain why we wanted to implement this program.
Thank you for the answers. Other questions do you have? Please.
Thank you. Thank you for very interesting presentations. My question here would be to...
Can you introduce yourself?
My name is Cansu, and I'm here on behalf within the Hrant Foundation's fellowship. So my question will be here to Nila and Nikolai on working on women empowerment, or kind of in the women field, which is very much needed in the context of like Turkey and Armenia being very patriarchal, having very patriarchal structures present. Do you have any follow-up plans of your projects? I know like Nin finished her fellowship here, but does somebody continue capoeira still, or disseminate this skill? And for you, like, who does disseminate the knowledge or experience? Thanks.
Ladies first.
Thank you. Yes, I keep on inviting the women of the group to Istanbul to come and dance together again, but they are all working, and maybe they have hard time to find to regulate their schedule, but they are aware of the hunting travel scheme. However, I mean, as you know, we came 1 month ago. We came to Armenia again with the Kamer Foundation, with women from Kamer Foundation, with women from Nonviolence Center, and 3 women from our organization to meet with the women at the Women Resource Center of Armenia. And we are working on developing more partnerships, and we hope it's going to happen. We are just right now trying to establish a dialogue, and we don't have clear plans for the moment, but all of us have the intention at least.
Well, I hesitate to speak on some of the aspects of gender and power in this project, like checking my positionality as a white male from the United States, somewhat of an outsider, or mostly an outsider to these conversations. Of course, as a feminist identified individual, this is a critical component, and in fact, the specific focus on gender and class in this project that I walked into after it had already kind of finished up was a major draw and an interest for me. As for the major, the people behind the project, I'm speaking of Ihsan Karayazi specifically, he is looking to continue investigating possibilities for using culinary tools as a way of bridge building. And he's a Hrant fellow as well, or a travel scholarship recipient, and was continuing to look particularly at culinary possibilities, I think within the professional sector. I don't know if Kashka's work is going to continue to focus on gender in particular. So I'm sorry, I don't have a specific answer. Most of my work is also done in the United States as well. So.
If there are no more questions, then I will like to touch upon that more like a debate and a comment from my side rather than a specific question. Both Nikolai and I think also Neil talked about, they questioned Nikolai spoke about dialogue versus social justice groups, yeah? And Neil spoke about people-to-people contacts and questioning those when we have no possibility of establishing justice first. I have mixed feelings about this, and this is an ongoing debate in our team as well. My name is Maria. I'm from the Imagine Center for Conflict Transformation. And I just wanted to say that perhaps when we are in group and we share the same political, legal, social space, then perhaps going with the way of the social justice groups and not engaging dialogue until the oppressor acknowledges that we need to have a more equal relationship is productive. But when we have a case such as Armenia, Turkey, Armenia, Azerbaijan, when it's so easy to, in the case of isolation, to create a gap in communication, then I think that disengaging from dialogue is very destructive, because there is no way of mediating meaning and arriving to a shared truth. And people-to-people contacts are what will make us arrive to some sort of a mediated meaning of our past. So in this case, I think, in particular, we should not be questioning people-to-people contacts and dialogue. Perhaps at one point, when we pave way to dialogue and reconciliation, we can take the social justice pathway more and become activists more and more, because there are already people doing it. But in the case of gap of communication and sealed borders and isolation, I think that disengagement from dialogue is not the right path, and dialogue should not mean pacification. I absolutely agree with this, that lots of dialogue platforms might be perpetuating status quos, might be pacifying the oppressed, but this shouldn't be a stigma of dialogue. True dialogue is actually a polylogue, multiple voices mediating their constructed truth amongst themselves. Sorry that I didn't have a question. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And one more question we have.
I mean, yeah, it's of course false to ever paint the dialogue process as linear in any sort of way, or to imagine that it goes step by step by step. And yes, of course, I agree with you. The expectations of moving from first contact to engaging over historical memory and discussing issues of genocide openly are not going to occur in this immediate future, and we should not discourage dialogue activities because they can't produce that in a singular instance, or imagine that it could occur organically within a singular instance. So I think that's a very, very valid comment.
I have to say it's very confusing for me, and I don't have answers. Even when I first saw this sentence, I was outraged, and after all these efforts that we are doing, how can they talk about us like this, and so on. But then I was again thinking of, actually this is what I was always trying to do about this mea culpa, and first say sorry and then enter the room or something. I don't have the answer. I know I have this kind of authoritarian way of thinking about this. That last time I came with one of my best friends here in Armenia, and we fought because I thought she was too light and too happy in this place, and I couldn't understand how this could happen. But then I became a perpetrator of violence on my own friends, dictating them how they should behave and feel about this. I think, personal experience is personal, and I don't know if there is a recipe that everybody should use or something. And for sure, it's inside me. There is a lot of anger, love, pain, many things, and I don't have the answer. I don't know what we should do or how we should behave, but I guess the intention is the most important.
We have a question there.
Yes, my name is Molly Freeman. I'm from Berkeley, California, and I've been facilitating a Turkish-Armenian dialogue group for 9 years in the Bay Area. And I just also want to follow up on the theme of the last couple of comments, and I don't know exactly how to phrase it as a question, but to point out the irony that we're not talking about track one diplomats practicing authentic dialogue. That's what would be revolutionary. And if perhaps there's an opportunity to start bringing about that conversation.
Do you want to answer it? Maybe I can comment or answer. as a woman working at least 15 years in this area. In the beginning, we were trying to create a political movement for opening the borders and establish diplomatic ties between two countries. And we were trying to tell them it's a necessary thing to open the borders and establish the relations. Besides the historic problems, I mean the genocide. The thing was, we can open the borders and after that discuss the other things. But after years, we had that hope that something was moving and we were very near to open the borders, that football diplomacy, the visits from both sides. And nowadays, there is nothing moving. And under these circumstances, as I said in the beginning, we are trying to use our time, maybe fruitful, I don't know, but we don't want to stand as the politicians, and we are trying to do something. I don't know what we are doing, but we are trying to keep fresh these connections, and I'm agree with you. Track 2 diplomacy should be dedicated to move the track 1 diplomacy. This should be our aim, because you know all these projects. Also, I worked in the past, bringing children together, bringing women together, bringing cheesemakers together, musicians together, everybody together, and make this gap between, make ties between them, and maybe represent them each other. It's a huge work. It's important, but as you say, key activity is the track 1 diplomacy.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was misunderstood. I didn't speak clearly. I think the grassroots work is absolutely essential and a necessary complement, creating the environment for the higher level diplomacy. Okay. My issue was really with the Nancy Krikorian dialogue versus social justice movement issue, and to change that conversation to talking about the value of authentic dialogue at all levels.
Okay, maybe, or you want some words? Yeah? Okay.
Just, I would encourage you to check out the work of Donna Hicks from the Weatherhead Center for International Affairs at Harvard, and she does track 1 diplomatic stuff, but using a conception that she kind of came up with called the dignity model, which focuses on the idea of dignity as a leverage for creating relationships. It's kind of interesting stuff, but yeah, so Donna Hicks from the Weatherhead Center at Harvard, you might be interested.
Do we have any questions, or you are waiting for lunch?
Questions die out the closer you get to lunch, especially after talking.
Okay, so thank you for our speakers. They're interesting topics and talks, and thank you to you for listening the first session, and after lunch we are going to continue. Thank you.
When Trump was elected, And he said a fact which not many people know, which is that roughly 80% of foreign policy remains the same and constant, regardless of administration, even if the headlines don't necessarily reflect that same constancy. It is and will remain in the U.S. interest to have strong cooperation in lots of different venues. It remains in U.S. interest to have stability and peace and economic prosperity throughout the world. So the short answer, which I'm not giving you, I'm giving you the long answer, is yes, this all continues. Each president can choose to reach these goals through different means, and that's what you see more reflected, you know, when budgets come out with different priorities. But again, the overall priorities remain the same, even if the tools are sometimes different from administration to administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Please don't ask why the dollar lost its weight during last week. And please, yeah. And other questions, please.
Caroline Stampfer from the EU delegation. We're the funding agency for the Armenia-Turkey normalization process project. So I would actually be interested what's the scope actually of your support for this process, or even for the Armenian side of this process right now? What is your immediate planning for the near future? And also you were talking about the importance that the different tracks would complement each other. So what kind of complementary actions do you have for the other tracks? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And I'm glad to see you in the audience. Working together with you and your organization in particular over the years, both on individual projects and then through mutually funded projects, I think has been one of the more successful areas that we have. So thank you for that initially. What I would say about current and future plans, we haven't yet received our budget, so I can't offer you an absolute specific and say, you know, on this day we will be doing this program. We're all sort of waiting to see how the final numbers shake out that Congress will give us. We have some really great ideas. One of the things that we will be doing is working with Imagine on a regional project, and more will there will be more about that as the funding shapes out and as the grant document dries up, so stay tuned. We'll announce a bit more about that. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, and promised question.
Thank you. I'm a Peace Corps volunteer in Dilijan, currently surveying. As I'm sure you can imagine, monitoring and evaluating is a big part of our lives. And I've seen the Democracy Commission grants. Of course, there's monitoring mechanisms in there. But considering that when you're measuring impact for cultural programming, it's quite subjective to measure monitoring and impact for these kinds of programs. How does the U.S. Embassy as a whole measure impact from these kinds of programs on an annual basis, considering there'll be different R&E programs for each one?
Right. No. Number one, thank you for being here. Peace Corps is a wonderful program, and congratulations on the 25th anniversary that you have coming up. So number two, in terms of evaluating and monitoring, so the cultural programs, the cultural affairs section runs several different kinds of programs. Many of them are mentioned up here. We also run educational programs. For the educational exchange programs, there are more consistent metrics that are available, and there's actually a dedicated unit within the State Department within the section of the State Department that runs these programs, that does very heavy analysis of short-term impact, long-term impact, and they have a whole glorious set of indicators. It's up on the main state page if you're genuinely interested in looking at more of the particulars. It's under the Bureau of Educational and Cultural Exchanges. So that's one part. As for measuring the impact of programs like these, you can look at it in two sort of ways. You measure first the number of things that you can count, right? How many people saw about the program? How many people came to the event? What sort of distribution was there? And those things, the outputs, those are easy to report on, and those are not the main point. The main point is this longer term awareness and progression toward more dialogue. My analogy for this is it's more like a seed. You can plant it, but you don't know when it's going to germinate, right? So we have these programs. We can see in the audiences, people's attitudes are changed. We can see that the experiences are very moving to them. We can see that they're thinking about new things and talking with each other and, you know, on Facebook, in person, about the new concepts presented through the project. So in some sense, the success is that we've made a space for this discussion to be more public. In terms of longer term impact, we've planted the seeds together, and when they take root is a little bit more up to the ground upon which they've fallen. Does that make sense? Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think it was enough comprehensive. And of course, it's impossible to cover everything during one presentation, so I hope that we will have you in the walls of Yerevan State University many times, and we'll have chance to answer more questions. Thank you. And we are going ahead. It is Keshishan, but I can't find here the the International Acting Together Armenian-Turkish Reconciliation Project, but I don't know the name, title of presentation. So I hope that you will state about this.
Yeah, I'll try. Just a second. Hello, and thank you for having me here. My name is Avetis Keshishan, and I speak here on behalf of DVV International, which is the International Institute of International Cooperation of German High Schools. This is an organization that deals primarily with adult education and lifelong learning by means of vocational training. However, a considerable aspect of its ideology and its budget is also allocated to projects aimed at raising awareness about critical social issues. Well, in the case of in the context of Armenia in Turkey, the Armenian genocide is one of these. The project that I am going to talk about today is called Acting Together. However, to give you just a little bit background of how we kind of started it, I would need to talk about its predecessor, which was called Speaking to One Another. It was started in 2009. Both projects actually were funded by German Foreign Office. In 2009, when we started it, the processes on track one were a bit different than today. It was a time when there was a lot of aspiration towards the signing of the protocols between Armenia and Turkey. It was a time when Turkey still didn't turn to a path that it has unfortunately turned to currently. The project concentrated on training students, 10 students from Armenia and 10 students from Turkey in oral history methodology, and then taking them to the field to conduct interviews. The book on the right, that you see, Speaking to One Another, was the first product of this project. It was authored by Leyla Nezi of Sabancı University in Turkey and Hranush Kharatyan from the Institute of Ethnography and Archaeology of Armenia. Here, the students, these books, these are researches into the memory and well, current state of affairs between among the descendants of the genocide, of the victims of genocide in Armenia, and also among the people who live in the territories which Armenians co-inhabited at the time. The other publication, you see the blue one, it's a compilation of articles we published as a result of a conference that we had in the framework of the project. So actually, yeah, I can talk like for ages about this, because this project started, as I said, in 2009. It continued up to 2012 in three different phases. It had various publications, among them like also this one called Mush, Sweet Mush. This was like another major product. Here again, like students who were trained in oral history, in photography, but at this time also joined by some artists who were doing performance. They lived for 2 weeks in Mush, conducting field work, and for 2 weeks in different regions of Armenia where descendants of Mushatsis, as we call them, so people of Mush, currently live. And yeah, all these publications can be found online. Unfortunately, we ran out of hard copies. So if you are interested, you are welcome to visit DVV International, well, .am.ge, it's the Georgian side, also DE, German. Yeah, all the findings, all the materials were exhibited throughout the major diaspora centers. By saying diaspora, I mean we did some exhibitions in Paris, in Berlin, where like both Armenian and Turkish diaspora coexist. We did some in Cyprus. We did like this exhibitions in Turkey, in several cities, in Armenia, in several cities. So we tried to spread the word as much as we could. So this was about like short background about the work that we have done so far, and the actual project Acting Together, which was the last one in this series. So it started in, I forgot to put the year. It's actually 2 years ago, 2015. Our initial idea was
it's also important to hear the things that are not written in reports. So I will be talking about the contribution that the Kalus Gulbenkian Foundation has had on the improvement of Armenian-Turkish relations. Now, just briefly, I will talk about what the foundation does, and then what the Armenian Communities Department does, and then I will go into what is our approach as a department to the improvement of Armenian-Turkish relations, and then what has been our contribution in this area. And then I'll end with some final remarks. I think one thing that is fundamental for foundations is the founder. And I think we should keep in mind that he was Armenian, that he was a business architect in the oil industry, and a philanthropist who was born in Istanbul, lived in London, lived in Paris and in Lisbon. So he was from all over the world, and so perhaps it's not surprising that he left his fortune to humanity. The Kalus Gulbenkian Foundation works in 4 areas, and these areas were determined by our founder. It works in charity, arts, education, and science. And per year, it spends around 80 to 100 million euros. It has its headquarters in Lisbon, but we also have a Paris delegation and a UK branch. In the arts, we have, for instance, an orchestra. I chose this picture because I like that you can see our gardens behind it, because the glass allows for it. This was taken during a concert. We also do work in education and art, of course. This is our museum, because our founder was a wonderful art collector, fortunately for humanity. And the museum also has an important art collection of modern Portuguese art collections. It's the biggest in the country. We also work in science, so we have an institute, the Gulbenkian Science Institute, that does its work mainly in the biological sciences, but does also work in other areas. And so these are initiatives that are directly led by the foundation, and the implementation is also conducted by the foundation. But the foundation also has units and departments that are grant-giving units. And so they implement some projects, but they also give a fair share of their budget to others to implement. And that's where the Armenian Communities Department enters. So the Armenian Communities Department has 4 pillars in its work. The first one, the Armenian language and culture. The second one, its work by funding the Republic of Armenia, the projects that are related to youth and civil society. And then, of course, the improvement of Armenian-Turkish relations, which I'll go into more detail in a second, and the preservation of Armenian literary heritage. Now, the scope of our work, as you will see, is enormous. These are some of the projects we supported between 2014 and 2015. We can't really see from this picture, but I will zoom into Turkey in a second. But before that, I would like to talk a bit about what is our approach to the improvement of Armenian-Turkish relations, which is one of our pillars. And so the Armenians and Turks have a long shared history, and the Foundation's support has been focused on underlying this in 3 different ways. The first one is to increase the dialogue and mutual understanding between Armenians and Turks. The second one is to promote research on issues of mutual concern. And finally, we also support the increase of capability of Armenian community and of Armenian institutions in Turkey. Now, yesterday there was an important question to the panel, and it was something like, if Turkey and Armenia, and we know that their approach is top to bottom, then does it really make sense to have these initiatives bottom up? these initiatives being this conference and other kinds of projects that we have been discussing here. And we believe at the Foundation that political rapprochement, where the Foundation isn't involved at all, is a necessary, but it's not a sufficient condition for normalization of relations. For example, Colombia in Latin America, politicians agreed on a political solution, but then the people rejected it in the referendum. So the process there has already evolved to something else, but the point remains. At the end of the day, communities have to get along, and safe spaces where constructive interactions can take place is where the Foundation has been working. Now, let's zoom just some details on this map. It doesn't have all the Armenian schools that we support in Turkey. We supported during that period around 17 projects, but not all of them appear in the map because we also supported projects in the diaspora related to the genocide commemoration. And as you can see, most of the projects, or there is a tendency of the projects towards Istanbul, but that's mainly because Armenians or the Armenian community in Turkey is bigger there. Just so that you have a better idea of what I'm talking about, what kind of projects we have been supporting. Let me give you some examples. Now, earlier in the day, there was a presentation about a project called Cook for Peace. This is a project that the Foundation supported. And what it did, for those who didn't have the opportunity to see the presentation, it brings people from the borders and gets them talking and cooking together. And so I won't explain further. I think it's obvious that it has the goal of increasing the dialogue and also the mutual understanding of peoples. So I'll move on because this has been presented in the morning. Now, we have also supported the publication Who Are Those Armenians? It's a book that was translated in Turkey, and the aim of it is to destroy the narrative of the other being the Armenians, and to fight against prejudices by informing the public in an easy and accessible fashion. We don't only support projects that are implemented by partners in Armenia and Turkey. We also support partners that implement and have their headquarters in the diaspora. One of those examples, for instance, is the Repair website. And what the Repair website does, Yerkir Europe is based in France, and what they do is they invite policymakers, artists, people from civil society, academics to write opinion articles on those villages' work. And then she went there. She went to Turkey and to these villages and took pictures. And she took pictures of those places and made them big. So she printed them at the size of a person. And so you can see here an example of her work. This is a genocide survivor. And the responses to this were incredible. People started hugging the pictures, kissing the pictures, singing songs about their homeland and songs that they used to sing when they were kids. So I think this is a magnificent project in that respect. We have also been supporting research on issues of mutual concern. You might know the book by Viken Cheterian. We've been visits to Armenia, Lebanon, and Turkey. And the interesting thing about this book is that it moves a bit beyond the 1915. So it doesn't focus like historians on before 1915, how many Armenians were there, or in 1915 this was terrible. It moves beyond that and looks at present things and the current events. So that was important in that respect, because it also I believe that it gave an incentive for others to follow suit and write in about the same subject. Now, We've also supported a different research project. This one was recovering Armenians in late Ottoman Istanbul. And what they did was they went into the archives, took all those old papers and digitized them. And then they geolocated the locations of people who lived in Istanbul. So what is interesting is that this gives evidence of the number of Armenians living in before 1915, but it also was a joint research project of Armenians and Turks, and it will also facilitate those who want to search for their ancestors. There was a Cambridge University evaluation of the project, and they said it was excellent value for money, which is great for a funder to hear. Now, I'm almost done, and on increasing the capability of Armenian community and institutions in Turkey, there's one example of our funding of the Hrant Dink Library and Archive, where they've used our money to buy equipment for the archive, borrowing station and security system for the library. And with that, they've cataloged thousands of documents and books on Armenian and minority issues. Last but not least, there's a project of an important publishing house based in Istanbul. It's an Armenian publishing house. And what they did was they did a 5-year plan to restructure and further increase their financial sustainability. And we've been supporting that because it's important to support the local institutions to become sustainable for the future so that they don't need our support. Now, as a conclusion, I brought the famous destroyed Ani Bridge you all know. On one side, we can see Turkey and the closed border, and on the other side are Armenia. And I think that the projects we've been supporting are a bit like stones. One stone cannot rebuild the bridge, but if enough stones are put together, maybe they might. Thank you.
Thank you very much, first of all, for understanding. I want to use this opportunity and invite attention of your organization on the situation with the School of Children of Armenian Citizens in Istanbul, which is tragic. So if you are interested by this case, Artak Ayons could give you information in details. And second, I'm very happy that organization founded by a person called Mr. 5% now is giving some of this 5% to support to Armenian Turkish relations. And now we will have chance to hear Razgan Karapetyan's presentation, also without any title here. I forgot, thank you very much. Any question to our dear Joao?
A quick question, if I may. Joao, I know that Gulbenkian Foundation supports discussions on Armenia's future developments, like 2050, etc. And the papers are published. Do you have any general idea what this elite crew think about Armenian-Turkish relationship for 2050? I know that the papers are published, the summaries I read, I couldn't see any details. If you are more aware, then please.
Yes, so just so that everyone is aware of what we're talking here, the foundation, published a study where it engaged several people across the world, from the Armenian world, on where should the Armenians be in the future, in 100 years in the future. The question is, where should Armenian-Turkish relations be in the future? I think back then, when this was published, no one could anticipate the changes that have been taking place, and the report doesn't have a lot of details regarding this, and if it did, I can imagine that they would be outdated. So,
on any other round of discussions, gathering?
At the moment, no. But it's on the agenda to do. What happens is that there's a 5-year plan, and the 5-year plan was made in 2013 to start in 2014 and end in 2018. What happens is that we're planning ahead already what will happen from 2018 onwards. And so once we have that plan finished, I'm sure we'll have an answer for that question. You're welcome.
Hello, I'm Vazgen Karapetyan, representing Eurasia Partnership Foundation. So this organization, we're in this region since mid-90s doing a lot of in-country and cross-border work. We first started our cross-border programming in 1998 under USAID support. We were doing 3-country, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, cross-border program, grant-making program, trying to bring together professionals and NGO representatives from the 3 South Caucasus countries so they could work on issues of common concern. Later, starting from, and we of course, we name ourselves, our organization, as a think and do tank, because we are not a classical think tank and we are not a classical foundation or an NGO. We're on a crossroads, so we are a think and do tank, and we're located in Yerevan. This is the map that we usually send to the first-time visitors because the postal address usually doesn't help. We are located in monument area in Yerevan, and I mean, it's a really, I mean, I love this picture. It's an authentic map, but it describes somehow how to get to our office, and many of the visitors usually make sense of it, surprisingly, and find our office. We have quite a good presence online. We have a good, very active, informative, and interactive website where we have a good presence on Facebook and also on Twitter. So this much about our organization, EPF. And now moving to the main topic of this short presentation, the program that we that because of which we are all here today. It's called Support to the Armenia-Turkey Normalization Process. It's supported by European Union, actually administratively from European Union delegation in Tbilisi to Tbilisi. But of course, delegations to Ankara and to Yerevan are also engaged in this in the process. The program is implemented by 8 consortium members, 4 in Armenia, 4 in Turkey, and Eurasia Partnership Foundation is one of the consortium members in Armenia. The others are Sիվիլիթաս Foundation, Regional Studies Center, Public Journalism Club in Armenia, and Hranding Foundation, the PAF from Ankara, and Citizen Assembly, and Anadolu Kultur from Turkey. And this program started back in 2014 when these same 8 organizations were put together, and we designed a proposal for the EU, each organization having its own set of activities, but of course we were trying to synergize as much as possible within the program. And I will talk about some of the activities later on. So actually here are activities, and the second stage started. The first stage took some 18 months to implement. It finished in 2015, and the second stage started in April 2016, and we are now in this second stage. It is going to finish this fall, and we are trying to get additional funding, of course, to continue the work, because in our opinion and in opinion of many other stakeholders, the program is quite successful. It has an impact. And by the way, we have here in this room representatives of the donor, Caroline Stamfer and Karin Marmsoller. And we have in this room the external evaluator of the program, Anna Matveyeva, who was engaged in the external evaluation of the first stage of the program, and now she's doing the second stage evaluation of the second stage of the program. So in anticipation of your questions about impact and evaluation, please, you can also direct questions to Anna. These are sample activities of the second stage of the program. This is probably half of the total number of activities. We have, Hranding Foundation, for example, implements this Turkey-Armenia travel grant support, Turkey-Armenia fellowship scheme. These are absolutely amazing, successful initiatives. We do, for example, under Turkey-Armenia travel grant, only under the second stage of the program that started last April, in April 2016, we had more than 500 applications from the two countries, from individuals from the two countries to travel to the other country for their own business, like participation in an event or meeting with a partner or just, doing their own research. And 200 individuals already received this opportunity from these 500 applicants to do this travel. We had more than 800 applications over the last first stage of the program, and again, more than 200 people had this opportunity. So in total, we have around 400 people who are traveling, who have traveled between the two countries. And more than 30 cities and villages and small towns from in both countries are engaged. People from more than 30 cities are engaged in the process. And about 60% of the travel grantees are female, just as a statistic. So Turkey-Armenia Fellowship Scheme. We also support Armenia-Turkey Cinema Platform. In fact, Eurasia Partnership Foundation, apart from this particular program, EU-supported program, supported Armenia-Turkey Cinema Platform for years, starting from 2008, under different programs that we did between Armenia and Turkey, including with support of USAID and US Embassy. Youth Bank Exchange, exchange of entrepreneurs. That's another amazing, very successful activity that is implemented by Public Journalism Club from Yerevan and TEPA from Ankara. And this particular project is just a moment. Anyway, this particular project took a group of Armenian IT industry representatives, some 10 people, last October, to Istanbul Innovation Startup Istanbul. Yes, it's an international event that brings together more than 4,000 people from around the globe, IT representatives of IT industry, startuppers, etc. And these 10 Armenian participants, 3 of them made into the 50 best projects that were pitched before the jury, and one of them made it to the 15 best projects. So one of the 10 Armenian participants was recognized as a winner with other 14 people, 14 start-uppers from around the globe. And it was a very successful event. We consider it a success story for our program, and it was largely covered extensively covered in media in Armenia and in Turkey and internationally. And a couple of weeks ago, again, the same public journalism club and TEPAF brought a group of Turkish and US-based Armenian and Turkish by origin entrepreneurs and IT area representatives to Armenia, and they had a conference here. Again, very the conference was a success, and we ended up with an article in Forbes about this conference, by the way, and a number of other activities. For example, this media support that is done by Regional Studies Center by Richard Giragosyan, who is intensively meets with policy level people in Armenia, in Turkey, in Europe, and does a lot of interviews, gives a lot of interviews to Turkish and European and US-based international media about the issue of Armenia-Turkey relations. Anyway, and we have this sub-grant scheme which is as part of the program. We allocated about 10% of the total funds of the program to give an opportunity to third-party NGOs and individuals from Armenia and Turkey to engage into the program with their creative, innovative ideas about how to make Armenia-Turkey relations better. As part of the first stage of the program, we received 130 applications from 2 countries, and we supported 11 projects. Now, this time, we received about 50 applications from 2 countries and supported 9. This drop in the number of applications probably is explained by the fact that it coincided with the coup d'etat in time. It coincided with the coup d'etat attempt in Turkey, this turmoil in last summer in Armenia, in Yerevan, in July. That's why in the second stage we had a relatively smaller number of applications, but it didn't affect the quality of the supported grants. They are all doing quite well. We had a couple of projects that were about cinema festivals, film festivals in Armenia that invited Turkish participants from Turkey. We have, this particular conference is also part of our sub-grant scheme because CRRC Armenia received a grant under competition, and today we're here thanks to that they won. But I also wanted to tell a couple of things about other programs and projects that Eurasia Partnership Foundation individually, not as part of this particular consortium, did in the past. We collaborated closely with CART Foundation in Armenia to do this Expanding Economic Ties with Turkey program, which was mostly about agricultural collaboration in the area in agriculture between Armenia and Turkey. We had a large-scale support to Armenia-Turkey rapprochement in 2002-2012. It also was implemented by a consortium of 4 Armenia-based organizations, and the donor was USAID. And we had another smaller scale, days 2 and 3 in Armenia-Turkey rapprochement in 2010. And this name comes from this euphoria of those days when we had we were all hoping that there is going to be a breakthrough in Armenia-Turkey relations and all this football diplomacy, etc. It was a time of optimism, and we called it days 2 and 3 in Armenia-Turkey rapprochement, because we were hoping that the results of the project will support whatever is going to be a decision at the governmental level between Armenia and Turkey, but unfortunately it never happened. So much at the moment, and we have a very short film. If we still have 3 minutes, I can.
Don't try to exploit our
Okay.
friendship, because we have the chance to.
Okay. Okay.
And if you find some understanding with Ilya Paskevician, he will let you to show your treatments fully before his piece.
I guess it makes sense to do that, because I mean, it's a really 3-minute film that Chagdash produced, our it briefly presents to understand the program. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope that you answered by your film on possible questions.
Yes.
Okay.
Nona Shahnazarian, Institute of Archaeology and Ethnography. Thank you very much for these great presentations. We are now really informed what's going on. So I wanted to ask you, do you maybe other presenters can answer as well. Do you look at these efforts? Do you perceive them as a part, as a step to resolve Armenian-Azerbaijani relations as well? So do you think, let me put it different way, do you think that this is a first step, like Armenian-Turkish normalization, and the second step is going to be
Armenian-Azerbaijani normalization, because actually right now we are having ongoing conflict with Azerbaijan, not with Turkey? Or you look at this like something whole?
In fact, we work at the grassroots level or at the level of civil societies and businesses between Armenia and Turkey. We are not touching the government level because of known political reasons. Of course, we do believe that our efforts and the efforts of other stakeholders and actors in Armenia and in Turkey do help this track 2 diplomacy or track 1.5 diplomacy that we are practicing here will eventually help somehow to promote the track 1 diplomacy efforts at the very top. But of course, I mean, we have no direct influence to that. And as we know, of course, all that the experience that we are gaining in the implementation of Armenia-Turkey peace-building projects and initiatives can later be transferred or interpolated to Armenia-Azerbaijani initiatives whenever situation gets better, whenever there is an opportunity to at least travel from Armenia to Azerbaijan and from Azerbaijan to Armenia, and where is the level of hatred, mutual hatred, is smaller, is lower. At this point, and for some reason, for political reasons, one of the sides of this triangle, I mean, mainly Turkey, connects normalization of their own relations with Armenia, with normalization of Armenia-Azerbaijan relations. So we're not sure what should come first, but we do our best, whatever we can at the civil society level, at the business-to-business level, to promote the process. I mean, we'll see how, I mean, I honestly believe that we are successful in that, because in particularly, it's my own opinion that Turkey has changed a lot over the last 10, 12 years with respect to the Armenian issue. In 2005, 2006, when we just started doing this bilateral programming with Turkey, it was impossible to pronounce Armenian genocide there. I mean, it was dangerous saying two words, Armenian genocide in Turkey. And several years later, like in 5, 6 years later, universities and organizations, NGOs are having conferences dedicated discussing Armenian genocide, and many of them do not put these words into brackets any longer. That change in Turkey is happening over these several years, and hopefully it will transform into a more willing political decisions at the governmental level there too, which will also affect Armenia-Azerbaijan, positively influence Armenia-Azerbaijani relations. Armenian-Azerbaijan.
It was second presentation of Vazgen Karapetyan. From the point of view of methodology, multi-component problems are more difficult to solve than, two components. So this approach to discuss Armenian, Turkish, Armenian, Azerbaijani issues and to find triangle solution some 15 years ago was on the scheme, but it wasn't useful. Thank you very much, Vazgen. And I would like to share with you two thoughts or two emotions First of all, I'm very proud to be here and to see all of you because the real process of dialogue between Armenians and Turks started by activities of Turkish-Armenian Reconciliation Commission, and I was the member, and I am the member of this commission. And second, I hope that next time we will have more than 40 stakeholders presentations, and not only 4. Thank you very much for your attention. And we don't have, I think, time for remarks, opinions, statements. I think that you need to have a rest before you go to watch a movie. Thank you.
Very short, very short. 15 minutes if you can manage.
Ծիտրեր կան, որ հեշտ ունի կարդալը։ Ինը գցի բանը վրա տեսիշկան բարձի։
Ուզում ես գցենք։
Հա։ Անչանել է։ Աղցես նեք է տեսեր։ Ես ծրցից։ Չէ, գցում ենք բանի դեսկտոպի վրա, որ իրանից մի անգամ ես տիրի։
Համար երևի ձայնը պետք է այսպես անի։
Չեն լսի։
Չեն լսի։
Հեսա տենան։
Աշխատող չկա ստեղ, ինչ-որ։
Երևի դինամիկի պրոբլեմա։
Հենց որ միացնում ենք դա,
հեսա կփորձենք։ Հեսա կփորձենք, ցենք բանի վրա, դեսկտոպի վրա։ հետո հաշվի ապետ կանեն, որ վերև ավելեն, նոյտ ավելի լավ է։ Որովհետև տիտրերը ներքին ողավ չի լինում։ Չէ, ինքը այս սենց արեց գրադուսի բանը։
Ուշացանք մենք երկարեց տեղի սեսիաները դրա համար որ դուք չեք շտապում։
Չէ։ Ցենք փորձենք։
Մենք թղթաբանական հարցեր լուծեցինք երկրորդ վճարման հետ կապված, իսկ քանի օր երևի արդեն կնստել։
Բայց փիստոկում Աֆղանստանի կեսայստեն, Աֆղանստանի հայրեն չի կարող ֆիլմի ընկերությանը մնալ, բայց ինքը կուզենա, հիմա
Չէ, ասեմ որ տա։
Մենք հասցե որ տա, Just ուղարկենք դուք փոխանցեք։
Can I share their piece for
Yes,
because I'm sure they would love to see this as well. We just have to leave right now. I don't want to say it's bad timing, but I know other Peace Corps volunteers would really like to see it, judging by like the description and everything, and I think they'd find it interesting. So that's okay if I share the link with them.
Էտեն, հա, ուզում եք միացավ ստուգենք, էլի։
Զայնը ոնց է։
Զայնը պիտի որ նորմալ լինի, բանով գնում է, ինքը։
Բասեցին դինամիկները չի աշխատում։
Չի աշխատում։
Հա, ուրեմն
Չէ,
Վազգենը
պրոստը նոր
խաբար։
որ բանը փոխեց, ինքը իր բանը միացրեց։ Նոթբուքը միացրեց HDMI-ից, պրոյեկտորներից է գալի, էլի։
Հիմա այս կստուգենք ու միայն լույսը անջատում։
Մեդիապլեյեր կա, չէ՞ մեծ։
Հա, հեսա։
Վերսիա։
Մեդիապլեյերը, բրած։ Մի քիչ է բանը կփակենք, լավ, զանավեսկեք։
Երկու կեսա, թե։
Մի կեսա, մենակ էս։ Հակա։ Ստայցրան։
Böyle formülü, eğer bunu çabuk bulabilseydik, ondan sonra belki dediğimiz olurdu. Փաստաթղթեր պիտի գրվեր, որ երկու երկրները ճանաչում են միմյանց անկախությունը, միջազգայինորեն ճանաչված սահմանները, միավորված ազգերի կազմակերպության խարտիային եւ համապատասխան փաստաթղթերին էին հղումներ արվում.
With all except Armenia.
I think on the Turkish side,
Ermenistan Cumhuriyeti'ndeki Ermeniler arasında bir tabii çok büyük bir
that used to cover 1/6 of the earth. In December 1991, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR, ceased to exist. Independent states, among them Armenia, appeared in the space that used to cover 1/6 of the earth.